Good morning and welcome to Municipal Council meeting on Tuesday, February the 25th, 2025. We acknowledge that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. We come with respect for this land that we are on today and for the people who reside here. The peace and friendship treaties that were signed starting in 1725 between the Mi'kmaq and the British Crown were intended to ensure the Mi'kmaq's inherent right to the lands, territories, and natural resources is respected and protected forever. We are all treaty people. We have a very full agenda today and the beginning of our budget deliberations, and I'm pleased to say that we will engage public conversation in that process as well. But to begin with, are there any announcements, acknowledgements, or recognition by any of the councillors at the table today? Hearing none, we will move to changes and approval of the agenda, and I would ask that we move adoption of the 2025 strategic priorities ahead of the budget, municipal budget discussions. I think it's important that we finalize those strategic priorities before we go into the budget process. So could I have a motion to approve the agenda with that that change?
I have an agenda question as well.
Okay.
I'm wondering if it's possible to move public input up as well. I noticed that we have it later in the agenda than usual, and I think we have a few speakers here who might appreciate an opportunity to.
Yep, go ahead, Alex.
So the intention of having the public input later is on purpose to address budget input from the public on the budget. So if the members in the gallery are here for budget comments, then they are most appropriately held after the presentations. If they're unrelated, council could, in order to allow those people to go about their day, add a regular public input section up front.
Yeah, that is my intention, that we add a regular public input at the top, and then if there's public input for the budget, that can absolutely remain later.
We can do that. So we will we'll change the budget so that following approval of the agenda, we'll have public input. Then we will follow with a strategic the discussion around strategic priorities, and then we'll go to the budget. Is that clear to everyone? Councillor Oikel, are you prepared to move that? Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Oikel. Do we have a seconder? Councillor DeLong. All those in favor signify by raising their hand. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. We have approval of the minutes of January the 18th and February the 11th. Do we need to pass to approve them separately, or can we do them together separately? So could we have, are there any omissions from the January 28th minutes? Seeing no revisions from any councillors, I'll declare the minutes approved as circulated. February 11th, are there any corrections to be made? I don't see anyone noting anything, so the February 11th minutes are approved as circulated. Oh, Alex.
Just a quick note to close the loop on our public input. There was no public input received on February 11th. On January 28th, there were two individuals who came forward to provide public input. Both were in relation to cluster development. One was in relation to the economic impacts of potential regulations, and another one in relation to how the regulations might link with federal and provincial supports for affordable housing. Both of those comments have been taken note of, and the individuals have been informed about the public engagement process for the cluster development regulations.
Okay, thank you for that. So we will move to public input. Besides any conversation that might be related to the budget, we'll ask that anyone who wants to do that can do following the discussion that we will have. Just to restate our public input, which is one of several opportunities for the public to engage with council, and we are happy to have residents participate in our meetings and to share their thoughts about important topics to them. We ask that all statements be respectful of other members of the public, staff, and council. We ask that you provide your name and civic address so that we can follow up if necessary. If you have a question or concern that you'd like to have addressed, we ask that you, as I say, leave your email so we can contact you if there's further information we need. The chair will respond to questions that can easily be answered, and if it's at the discretion of the chair to make that determination. And if your question or concern cannot be answered, then it will be handled as follows. We'll email you with the answer when we've had time to investigate it. And we will provide, as our Deputy CAO has just done, a summary of answers and responses at future council meetings under business arising from the minutes. And then it becomes part of the public record of the individual's comments along with the response. Statements regarding personnel or operations can be emailed to the Chief Administrative Officer, Tom McEwen. And is there anyone here for public input? Ms. Hayson. You're welcome.
Thank you. I'll tell you guys, I'm really nervous. Like, my hands are shaking. It's odd. It's funny to be on the other side. So I did make notes so that I won't get off topic, but I want to say good morning to your worship, to members of council, and thank you very much for sort of adjusting that agenda so that I could speak this morning, because I'm not able to be here a bit later on. So it's wonderful to see you all again and to see some new faces around the table as well. I would like to commend you all for your work last week, specifically around strategic priorities, and I'm pleased that you are discussing that again today. I was very happy to see that after some consideration that climate and sustainability came forward again as a strategic priority for your next council term. And I also want to wish you easy deliberations for the budget process, which I know isn't really possible. As I was just saying to Councillor Smith, I don't like budget deliberations. But today I'm not here to talk about budget. I'm actually here to speak to you briefly about an item of correspondence that has come to the municipality from the Minister of Finance and Municipal Affairs, John Lohr. And I've noticed it hasn't yet come up on your agenda, and I assume that it will at some point in the future, but I'm going to be traveling, so I wanted to take the opportunity today. This isn't the first time that Minister Lohr has written to councils across the province to ask for their support and requesting that councils support the political actions of the provincial government. So you might recall in the fall session of 2023, municipalities were negotiating the funding agreement with the province, and Minister Lohr wrote to all CAOs, actually, with concerns that their legislation wouldn't pass and asking CAOs and councils to write in support of their legislation around the funding agreement. It was considered to be quite unusual at the time, but once we get precedents, that's what happens, and now you find yourselves with another letter on your collective desks. So, as municipal representatives, you should find it odd that the minister keeps asking you for your support. This iteration of the provincial government can't seem to make up its mind about municipal jurisdiction. So when it comes to things like coastal protection, I said absolutely, municipalities know best for their communities. When it comes to, by the way, you might want to pay attention to what's happening on Little Crescent Beach right now, just by the way. In the fall of 2023, during that legislative session, they insisted that when it came to housing in our biggest municipality, that the province actually knew better than the HRM planning department, and they took over approvals for housing developments. The argument was, and I quote, build more faster, right? The issue is that it creates a bottleneck because some of those planning development proposals had to be approved by the minister, one person, versus a planning department of HRM. So let's fast forward to this sitting of the legislature, which has certainly been eventful and interesting. But once again, we see the government taking over jurisdiction from municipalities, this time in relation to transportation. So the announcement that the province will take over the authority of the Joint Regional Transportation Agency and extend it beyond HRM to cover the whole province, that is going to give the province the powers to order municipalities to build, change, reconfigure, or remove transportation infrastructure within a municipality once the province deems it necessary. And so that means telling you what to build, how to build it, where it should go. Once again, the province is reaching into the jurisdiction of municipalities, and I think it's really important to note that it comes with no mention of a funding agreement. So they're going to say, we have control over transportation, we can make those decisions, but we aren't going to give you a purse attached to it to help you make those decisions. And as any municipal councillor knows, we get that stuff downloaded from the province and from the feds without the money attached to it to make those decisions. So I know that Modal has identified transit as a priority, and I want you to consider, do you think an office in Halifax knows best about the transportation needs or routes of someone living in Martins River or New Elm or Vogler's Cove or where have you? So that brings me back, it's a bit of a circuitous route, to the letter that is waiting on your desks. This time, Minister Lohr is asking you for blind and blanket support for resource extraction. And that means the form of lifting bans on uranium mining and fracking. This letter comes to you with no parameters, no promise of consultation made to either you, the council, or MODL stakeholders, or stakeholders within the province as a whole. And I want to sincerely ask you to pause before you respond to this letter. The reason is this: if uranium is mined in Modal, your residents are going to be concerned about their health, and you are going to be the first person that they reach out to. If fracking is taking place in Modal, residents are going to be concerned about water contamination and emissions, and you will be the person they come to. And you will say, rightly, that's a provincial issue. And residents will say, rightly, you wrote a letter in support of it. And so that's why I'm cautioning you. The truth is that it is absolutely a provincial issue, and you shouldn't dirty your hands by doing the province's dirty work. They weren't elected on the platform of resource extraction, which is another story, but they do want you to give them the credibility. I would also caution you that the province is continually overstepping into municipal jurisdiction when it is politically advantageous for them to do so, and they are trying to make decisions that are best made by municipal planning departments and by you, the people who represent and live in our communities. I have spoken many times in this room about good governance, and that good governance requires making the best decision possible with the information available to you. And the truth is, with this request from Minister Lohr, you have no information. You have no information. You are just asked to make a blanket statement of support. And I don't believe that you can make an informed decision. So I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak, for giving me this time to speak to all of you. It's great to see you again. I got into the role of it, not so nervous now. I hope that your budget deliberations do go well and you get a chance to enjoy some of the beautiful spring-like weather out there. So thank you all very much. And if I didn't say, it's Letha Haysom in Crowstown.
Thank you. Thank you. And I will just comment on your comments to say that the letter has not come to council yet. We were awaiting some input from Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, and there is a meeting tomorrow at 4 o'clock that the CAO and I will be attending, and we'll get a better feel for a provincial approach to this from other municipal units, but I appreciate your input. Mr. Himmelman, were you wanting to speak now or later? Okay, thank you. Okay. We'll move then to 10.1.1, which is the adoption of the 2025 strategic priorities. And I'm going to ask our deputy mayor to chair this part of the meeting because I want to speak, and I think it's inappropriate if I speak with still sitting in the chair. So I'll ask you to take over. Can, yeah.
Okay, and with that, we'll continue with 10.1.1, adoption of 2025 strategic priorities. And which staff member will be bringing that discussion forward?
I can provide a very brief summary, just to simply note that council has gone through a several-step process in order to arrive at some draft statements of strategic priorities. Began with a council retreat late in 2024. There was a staff report summarizing some draft statements in January at the Policy and Strategy Committee meeting. We then held a set of public engagement initiatives, the key features being an online engagement and an in-person event. In between the January and February Policy and Strategy Committee meetings. And then last week at the Policy and Strategy Committee meeting, Council made some amendments based on the public input and then recommended a set of draft statements forward to Council.
Thank you for that brief summary. Is there anybody that wishes to speak to this before we bring this motion forward that came from Policy and Strategy Committee? Mayor McLean-Weil.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I thought a lot about this over the last number of days since our conversation last week, and I struggled whether I should speak again on it and how I might capture the strong sentiment that was felt by Council about climate change and our work in that area. So I have decided that I will speak. As your leader, I feel a responsibility to ensure that we have chosen the path for our work that will help us achieve our aspirations as a council and balance that with the expectations of our residents. I believe it's my responsibility to draw attention at times where we need to give thought to our decisions and their implications. So I raise the issue of the addition of the fifth strategic priority and the potential challenges this presents. I want to share my concerns about this as we move into the budget discussions and ask us to modify our recommendations from policy and strategy. Starting today, we will face some challenging discussions as we attempt in a meaningful way to fund the work we want to undertake. We need to feel confident that we can resource the initiatives we want to work on with staff time and hard dollars for projects. I respect the discussion we had last week, but I highlight the challenge that this presents as we move into budget discussions. Today, I want you to consider modifications on our strategic priority document that recognizes, number one, a need to focus on key priorities that emerged during the last 4 years and that were articulated on the doorsteps as we campaigned. And you have stated these: housing, affordability, building community, public transit, parks and trails, and responsible fiscal management. Number two, we recognize the significant investment by the previous council in establishing a community-based sustainability committee who worked with staff to create a 10-year climate action plan. We have not suggested that we throw out that plan. Rather, as a group, we should continue with that plan, adjust the plan as required to reflect evaluation of the initiatives captured in it, and the experience of our community over the last few years with events like wildfires, floods, and significant storms. These events should focus our attention on the continuation of climate change adaptation initiatives that build resilience within our district. Our failure as a council in communicating our strategic priorities for this term was not including a transition document outlining the ongoing work we would be supporting as a council. That document would have included the Climate Action Plan developed by the previous council. Rather, we recommended the climate change lens, and it is clear now that our public engagement that residents believed we dropped climate change from our work plan. This is not the case. There continues to be a unanimous support for recognizing and acting upon climate change initiatives, both in mitigation and adaptation. So today, I am proposing we incorporate into our strategic priorities the following. Under infrastructure, upgrades, expansion, and management, we add, and this is in addition to the points that we've already approved, we add establish an affordable public transportation system which will address in a very significant way greenhouse gas emissions, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And the second point is to reduce MODL's corporate greenhouse gas emissions. It be listed under planning, investing for growth, and climate resilient infrastructure. That should be in our document. Under quality of life, we should add support initiatives that help residents adapt to climate change. I think with these additions, we have made it clear to our public that we recognize climate change as one of the important areas we need to work in without diminishing its value in the overall other goals that we want to achieve in the coming year. And I also conclude by saying that we continue to work with climate change as part of the lenses that we will apply to all the projects and the work and decision-making we will do as a council. So I leave those comments with you, and I think our Deputy CAO has a copy, I think, of the wording. Yes, yeah. So that you'll have the exact wording in front of you.
So there was a couple motions brought forward from Policy and Strategy Committee that are not on the floor yet. So is there any discussion on the points raised by Mayor McLean-Weil that Council wishes to speak to now? Councillor DeLong.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the mayor for her thoughts on this topic. I personally am surprised that we want to reopen this and tinker with it. We had a great deal of discussion last week in which we all found a certain amount of consensus on adding climate as a 5th strategic priority. I recall putting up our hands, and I think that there were 8 members who were in favor of this as a 5th priority. I don't see the need to tinker with it any further today, but that's just me. I'm interested to hear the discussion.
Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I thought we had a great debate last week as well, and I would say I got a fair bit of feedback from people that they really appreciated that we debated this and added the 5th strategic priority, and we're quite relieved and happy about that. At this point, I don't see why any of those highlighted items couldn't just go under a 5th priority. That's climate change. I would like to invest in climate resilient infrastructure. If not nature-based assets. I did last week say in the meeting that I was up for finessing those climate change action bullet points 100%, because I didn't feel like they were our best. It was our best language, and that it was communicating what projects we were focused on. But I would still support climate as a 5th priority. It, again, here we have affordable public transportation system, but the words climate aren't in there. It's not about reducing greenhouse gas emissions. A lot of this it's just about communication, and we heard so strongly from the public that they wanted to see our climate priorities, and I'm kind of rambling, but I was better prepared last week, I must say. But I would support this wording, but under a strategic priority. And at this point, I don't really see the difference it'll come out the same way in budgeting, but it's an important communication to our residents that climate change is a priority.
Councillor Brooks.
I'm just going to continue to oppose unfunded provincial mandates on us. If we were talking today about the province giving us $100 million for climate action, that would be great. We've got environmental concerns that this municipality can tackle. We still have a river called the Lahave that is not swimmable by people. So we talk a lot about climate, but I'd even be curious to see what environmental action we could consider instead. When we shift this focus and we say to the province, go ahead, we're willing to do your climate work for you, we're going to need to say sorry to all of the constituents who don't get the things that we've also been promising. So we'll do this. If you want to do climate, we'll do 4 years, and there will be no measurable impact for our constituents in 4 years. And I hope we'll feel good about it, but there will be no measurable impact for our climate, so for our constituents. So I'll continue to oppose this. It's not what my constituents said to me. It's not what I heard at all in my conversations. And I continue to be surprised that that's being pitched, that was the refrain from the public.
Councillor Oikel.
Thank you very much. We went out to the public and we asked them what they thought of our strategic priorities. And if we missed anything. Well, they said we did. We missed something. And one of our main things that we wanted was to communicate and let our residents know that we are hearing them. And they have spoken. We received an email from the mayor stating that she received a number of calls and emails from people who wanted to have climate as a priority. So I'm really kind of, surprised. And as far as it says climate change action, it doesn't say we're going to change the climate and make it a little bit colder so that we can handle it, or a little bit hotter, whatever. It's climate change action. We are going to help our residents to be able to have things in their back pocket to help them, to be able to prepare, to be more resilient, maybe do some mitigation and some adaptation. Like I stated last week, we're going to ramp. We're going to ramp up, right? I love it. I can't help it. And, we have transit. That's helping our residents in numerous ways. We do the Fire Smart ideas that we have shared. I've shared them with the Hebbville Village Commission to help the residents. We have ideas on drought. Because of drought, we're offering the wells and water. Land use planning will fall under this, regarding our lakes and our rivers, including the Lahave River, right? So it's about climate action, not changing the temperature. And I think that we need to leave it as a priority because our residents would like it, and it houses so many other things that those other areas don't. And so that's what I think.
Is there any other comments or questions from around the table? Councillor Hubley.
I don't even know anymore. Does it really make a difference if it's a separate priority or if it's bullet points under existing priorities if we're going to do the same work? Are we causing ourselves unnecessary grief here around the table? Does somebody have that answer?
Council itself has to answer that question. The point that you're at with these statements, as has been pointed out by a number of speakers, is that there is work that falls under the umbrella of climate change response, whether it's mitigating, so you're reducing your emissions, or adapting to the climate change that's already occurred. Regardless of how you structure your statements, at least some of that work's going to be in there. But council itself, starting the next item on your agenda, will be looking at specific initiatives and making those choices. I'm assuming that council members will think of these priorities and that will help inform some of their decision making. But some of what you're talking about is how you're communicating your priorities to the public. How's that for a non-answer?
Non-answer.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. I'm very surprised that we're still having this conversation today. I do recall, and that's not to say that people can't change their minds, because if you've given something extra thought, then, potentially you will come to a new conclusion. But I do recall last week the mayor stating that she was fine with either option. And given that we have debated both options and found ourselves here with a fifth strategic priority, and that being the recommendation of the committee to council, that's what I would like to vote on. So I'm happy to put that motion on the floor.
I have one comment or question from Councillor Bell, and then I recommend that we put the motion in front of us on the floor and vote on that. If there is not majority on that, then we can propose the additional motion and see where that goes from there. So Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. As I had said last week, I was asking residents in my area, what do you think? Give me some advice. Tell me where you want to go with this. I was disappointed that I only had 6 responses. I now have 10 replies, and they don't want us to forget about climate change, and did support a lens effect, knowing that every action we would take would be looked at what it would do, that our actions would not be adverse to climate change headway that we had, but not necessarily supporting it as a priority standalone column. They said, 2 of them said they were tired of scrap the tax, build the homes, blah, blah, blah. It's just going too far. But they do want to make sure that we make every management decision in a positive light to not affect the future for the kids or grandkids. I believe that these 3 highlighted bullets show that we have not given up. Climate change is still an important issue to MODL, and everything we do will certainly be under a lens, and this just enforces it. As far as having it as a standalone column, I voted against it last week, and I would intend that I will vote against it again today, because in October I did not have a lot of people telling me, you need to champion this, you need to make it go farther. I wasn't hearing it as a priority. I was being complimented on the work that we were doing thus far, so I don't want to abandon that. So as a 5th standalone, I won't be supporting that. If it comes back and that we have these 3 enhanced bullets, I'd certainly support that.
Thank you for your patience. I was just getting some direction from staff. Councillor DeLong, you mentioned that you would be prepared to put the first motion on the floor.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Chair and members of Council, I move that Municipal Council accept the recommendation of the Policy and Strategy Committee and adopt the amended strategic priorities as presented. And I so move.
Is there a seconder on that motion? Councillor Oikel. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Bell.
For clarification for individuals that may be listening to the recorded version, this amendment includes a 5th priority being climate change. So while the motion doesn't say that is what it implies, correct?
That is correct. That was the decision put forward from Policy and Strategy Committee, and that is the motion that is in front of you right now that you would be voting on in having climate change as a 5th priority. If this would not pass, then that somebody could propose to amend that motion now or let the vote go and bring it up afterwards. Councillor Smith.
I just want to put a bit of a finer point on this as a communication document. And I just want to speak to how discouraged people feel right now around climate and environment. We just had someone come to public input and point out the pressure that's being put on us to support lifting of bans for fracking and uranium mining. People have said to us in public consultation, we need to see climate as a priority. We debated that, we discussed it, and I felt that we decided we need to communicate that strongly. And I do disagree when voices around this table say that we can't make an impact. We can. I mean, public transportation, we know has a huge impact, and we know that I can't speak for everyone around the table, but I'm pretty sure everyone around the table supports that. But we need to communicate it clearly, and I just feel very strongly that we need to give people reasons for hope these days. And this is a communication document, and I don't want to go back to the public and say, oh, just read the bullet points. You know, we couldn't make it a strategic priority because we were worried about, you know, spending, but, you know, it's a lens, and like, it's just the communication's really muddled. And I was really proud of our work last week in getting that into a strategic priority. And I think it speaks to some of the existential dread that people are feeling right now around climate. Can we do everything? No. But can we communicate clearly that that's part of our work? Yes, I think we can do that. And that's why I will continue to support these going ahead as presented with climate as a strategic priority.
Councillor Brooks.
Just going back to the fiscal responsibility, I think our taxpayers and our constituents are not looking for hope. They're looking for results. And I think things like the transit are an actual concrete result that will impact climate. That's why I have voiced my support for that. There are a lot of rabbit holes that are not going to produce results, and that's my concern about this. So let's make choices that give results and not hope. Sure, it's a very difficult time in the world right now, but what will make people feel better is their own security in their community, whether that's economic security and the decisions that council is making to help them. But I don't think they need empty promises, and I don't think that they need lovely pictures that we can't actually translate into realities.
So further discussion on the motion that's on the floor, Councillor DeLong and then Councillor Oigel.
I think that our LCAP gives us very firm priorities that will establish results in our community. I think that a lot of the policy documents that have been crafted within the last council term give us a lot of opportunities to demonstrate results. I think that we have enough statistical data to support having this as a 5th priority, and I think it's what our residents have demanded of us. I'm strongly in favor of the 5th priority.
Councillor Oigel.
I just wanted to echo my fellow councillors that it needs to be a priority. It is a communication document because when people are looking at it, they're going to look at quality of life, planning and investing for growth. They're not looking at all the little bullet points. Oh, well, I wonder what that means. I wonder what that means. And saying climate action, it's like that we're going to help them in some way to be able to handle the challenges and difficulties which cause financial woe in their lives. And I really feel that we need to have it as a fifth priority.
Councillor Moore.
As I said last week, whether it's a bullet point, a lens, or an actual strategic priority, it's all going to come down to what we spend in the budget, what we deliberate in the budget. Here I go with my ums again. But the bottom line is that we need to be fiscally responsible, but we also have to look at everything that we can do to help the people, so as much as we can. So I will be supporting the motion that was brought forward from last week.
Councillor Bell.
That didn't make sense.
Thank you. Well, it would appear that if you decide to have this as a fifth priority, initiatives that will be brought forward by this council will cost money. Public transportation costs money. It doesn't make money. So you are quite fine with the spending that may also go with this. So it would be interesting to see how 11.2.1, giving up $500,000 or $1 million this year for a tax break when you are proposing spending more money on climate adaptations. It would be interesting to see how you balance this in year 2. Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no further hands, we will move to the vote. And just a reminder, the vote is if you are in favor of the recommendation from Policy Strategy last week, which includes having climate change as a fifth priority. Okay. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Bell, Brooks, Mayor McLean-Weil, and myself. Motion is carried. And Mayor McLean-Weil is going to return to chair.
Okay, let's resume our discussion on the agenda, and we will move to municipal budget and begin with staff presentation of the budget. So I will. I'm sorry. The second motion that relates to the recommendations from Policy and Strategy meeting are related to the use of lenses on our strategic priorities and decision-making process. So would someone bring that motion forward? It's 10.1.1 on our list of motions. Councillor Moore?
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Policy Strategy Committee and adopt the lenses for evaluating projects and proposals as presented.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor DeLong. Is there discussion on that? Councillor Oikel.
Could we please have reviewed for the record what those lenses are, please?
Yes, absolutely. Just sort through my papers. Apologize, I just don't want to misspeak. So I want to get an actual copy of those. I don't need to show it. Sorry, the lenses identified were a strategic focus, finances and budget, sustainability and climate change, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, and also strategic communications.
Would not the climate change lens need to be removed?
No. The lens functions as the primary vehicle where the lens will appear is on an amended template for staff reports. And so it still makes sense for council to be considering as you, for example, look at a policy report that it identifies what potential impacts it might have on emissions reduction or adaptation to our changing climate.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion as it's been presented? All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, Councillor Brooks. Motion is carried. Now we will move to budget. Who is leading through? Elena? Yes. Yes. Director of Finance, Ms. Wenzel, it's your day.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have all the directors here as well, as it will be a group presentation. It certainly is a team effort here at the municipality, so we will move forward with the presentation. I'll ask that it gets brought up to the screen. So you do have an agenda package with all of the details and summaries. So this presentation is used to enhance that for your information. So, good morning and welcome to the budget process. So the first 4 budget introduction sessions will be spread over this week and next to present the full package of budget information. Council can start to identify areas where they want changes or request further information. There are 2 sessions per week scheduled for more public input and a more robust council discussion and debate on options. By April 1st, staff expect the major council directions to have been received, allowing time for final revisions and communications material to be prepared for the formal approval on April the 8th. As your Director of Finance, I will present the process, parameters, and fundamentals of the municipal operating budget. Each department will present their budget overviews. This is the first opportunity for public input on the budget. Council is expected to receive budget information, listen to public input, ask questions of staff for better understanding, identify areas for further discussion and analysis. The presentation is an opportunity for Council to reflect and give further opportunity for questions and identifications of areas for further exploration. Because the majority of municipal revenue is raised through property taxation, we look at assessment trends. Prior to the COVID pandemic, assessments were fairly flat, but because assessments are a reflection of the property market, they have been increasing. At the same time, there have been more pressures placed on municipalities to provide enhanced services. This year, the residential assessment values have increased 5.9% and commercial have increased 1.1%. For 89% of our properties that are capped in our municipality, the cap rate is set at 1.5% this year. Delving into the property assessment data details, there is an increase of 162 dwelling units from the 15,389 dwelling units last year to 15,551 this year, and an increase of 206 taxable parcels to 31,041. This slide comes from the PVSC, the Property Valuation Services Corporation, annual report that they give us. The top table shows the provincial assessment totals and percentage changes for all municipalities in Nova Scotia. The provincial increase in taxable residential assessment is 7.17% and 2.79% for commercial, versus the municipalities' increases of 5.93% for taxable residential and 1.13% for commercial taxation. The taxable assessment growth in MODL is below the provincial average. The uniform assessment is a calculation that's performed by the province for all municipal units that includes taxable assessment for that unit and any grant in lieu of taxes paid to the municipality from provincial and federal governments. It is used to calculate mandatory costs like our contribution to the South Shore Regional Education Centre for Education and the assessment services through PVSC. There are specific mandatory expenditures that municipalities do have to pay. They represent approximately 36% of our municipal operating budget. The increase in assessment and RCMP are estimates only at this time, as we do not have confirmation of those costs yet. Staff are predicting that overall, these costs will increase by 13.6%. Transfer tax revenue is a revenue source for the municipality that is difficult to predict as it relies on the sale of property. The municipality charges 1.25% deed transfer tax on all property sales. The increasing amount of deed transfer tax collected is an indication that the real estate market appears to be healthy. The COVID pandemic greatly increased sales in our region. Staff have budgeted conservatively as there is some uncertainty in market sales. The deed transfer tax rate of 1.25% of the sale value of property has remained unchanged since July of 2010. The 5-year financial model that we use when we do our budgeting includes some operating budget assumptions. We use the consumer price index on existing wages, which is 0.9%. Then we budget 4% thereafter in the model. CPI on existing operating costs are 2% estimated and 4% on utilities. RCMP cost, as per the mandatory cost slide, is 3.9%. We also have costs for the LCLC. We're budgeting, you'll see that we have a budget estimate in there and then using 4% thereafter. There are new operating budget costs to meet strategic priorities. Contributions to reserves include placing moderate tax revenues aside as per the strategy to help with these and future budget pressures. Contributions for amortization do not reflect future replacement cost. If we look at the 2025 assessment roll from PVSC, the average residential dwelling taxable value is $239,230. That makes the average tax bill in our municipal unit $1,938 at existing tax rates. Applying the capped rate of 1.5% with the existing tax rates, the average tax bill will increase by $29 a year. The municipality does have a targeted tax relief strategy. The property tax rebate is one of the ways to help those homeowners that are struggling to pay their property tax bills. The proposed rebates are based on income thresholds of up to $60,000 and range between $270 and $680. This presentation has been prepared using the 5 draft strategic priorities based on Council's discussions to date. Communication and engagement, regional economic development, infrastructure upgrades, expansion and management, quality of life affordability and social inclusion, and climate change action. The draft operating budget has been prepared based on these priorities. Some of the priority projects included for council consideration in the draft operating budget include housing strategy, public transit, investing in recreation assets, our MODL 2040 comprehensive land use planning, municipal infrastructure to serve growth areas, and a collaborative healthcare center and community space. When we look at this very, very draft 5-year financial model, we see that there is a projected deficit. Municipalities cannot budget for a deficit. Part of creating a balanced municipal budget is to look at future service commitments. Some of these operating budget pressures include transit, community hub operations, increased costs for both the MJSB shared services and the LCLC. Decisions will have to be made on how to balance a budget. This model does not yet contain any proposed revisions to the capital budget, which will be discussed next week. So this is a very high-level version of the budget summary you have in your budget package on pages 3 and 4. There is also a budget sheet for each department that we will discuss as we review the department budgets. They are all organized in the same format. After each line description, there are the following columns across the top. The 23-24 actual amounts from the fiscal 23-24, the 24-25 annual budget, which is the approved 24-25 budget, the 24-25 budget forecast, which is the forecasted amounts that department staff do to March 31st, 2025, and those have been explained further in the quarterly variance reports. The 25-26 adjusted baseline, which represents the revised draft budgets based on existing service levels. A line for, or a column for 25-26 net additions, which includes deletions and additions for adjustments to service levels. Which brings us to the 25-26 proposed budget, the proposed budget after considering the revised baseline and any additions and deletions. The percentage change from budget 2026 to budget 2025 shows a change from year to year where we are showing a 5% increase in expenditures. Department budgets will be presented by each director to further explain any suggested changes, operational impacts, and alignment with council's strategic priorities. I will now turn it over to your Deputy CEO, Alex Demerick, to present the Administration Department budget.
Good morning again, council members. So as we go through this, I'm sure there will be lots of questions or things you might like to have more information on. I'd strongly encourage you to take written notes so that you can receive the staff presentations, hear the public input, and then ask your questions. And as our Director of Finance has pointed out, you'll have a second opportunity at this again on Thursday, so don't be concerned if you miss something and then think of it at supper tonight. I'm presenting to you this morning less as your Deputy CAO and more as your Director of the Administration Department. Just as a quick reminder, what the Administration Department covers is some really core municipal functions. So that would be council and the committees of council. That includes clerk functions as well. The admin department is responsible for corporate services. So this is the friendly folks that you see out front. Who are responsible for the main lines, telephone lines, the info email, and the counter service. We also do communications and public engagement. All departments engage in this to some level, but we have the communications manager in our shop. We also manage some of the shared services that the municipality has. So MJSB's HR service comes in through the admin department, as well as our regional accessibility and our inclusion functions, which are hosted by Chester, but our department is the lead department in terms of integrating them with our policy and operations. We have some budgets for all staff training, wellness and professional development, and also some of our time goes towards protective services, which is included in a different budget, but I just wanted to acknowledge there's some management and crossover there because we are one department. And then finally, we work on special projects. Sometimes that means they're strategic initiatives, and council has said, go ahead with this, and our CAO identifies that it makes most sense for it to be led either by the CAO or from our department. Other times it's because it doesn't fit really well anywhere else, and we're a bit of a catch-all. So that's the very quick overview. So this is a summary slide. I believe it very closely reflects page 5 of your agenda. So I'm not going to spend too much time on the summary page, but if you wanted to flip to page 5 of your agenda, you can see this as we go through the points that are coming up below it. The takeaway message, if you just want to look at this for 15 seconds, is we have just over $1.1 million, which goes towards your legislative services. And then we have 1.9, which goes towards your administration, which includes personnel, advisory services, office expenses. So now we're going to get into more of those details. So we've moved off that summary, but it's you can still see it on page 5 of your agenda. So within that $1.1 million for legislative services, that's all the costs of council. So that includes a whole range of things, anywhere from the honorariums that are paid to council members to meeting pay and mileage for members at large who are appointed to committees of council. It also includes all of your government relation costs, which does include communications costs. So this is a really important feature of your budget, and as identified moments ago, this is a strategic priority for you. So we have much more coming in the presentation speaking directly to that. But while it says legislative services, I want you to remember, particularly if you are trying to explain things to residents, $1.1 million is not simply for council's costs. It includes things like advocacy work that you're doing. It includes communication. It includes municipal matters, a whole range of other public engagement initiatives. It also includes an $80,000 council contingency fund. So this is $80,000, which is annually put in your base operating budget and it's not earmarked for anything. So this is normally used where you get a request mid-budget year, and it's an important initiative the council feels you want to act on. You didn't get information about it because it arose outside of the budget process. But the funds, we do keep some funds available for council to approve. So you decide what that amount is. It has been $80,000 for a number of budgets now. And it's important to remember this money is not spent without a motion from council. So it's not there for staff to make use of if we have a little project that comes up and we want to tackle. This is council's contingency fund. Normally it ends up being used for things like an emergency grant for a community organization that comes forward, or a regional initiative where someone's asking for some money and you see great value in pursuing that even though it didn't come in through your budget. Another one of those catch-alls that I mentioned, 4 years ago, or I guess it would have been 4.5 years ago, the Health Foundation came to council and gave a convincing presentation, and council agreed to support the expansion of the South Shore Hospital. They agreed to give $200,000, but wanted to spread that out over several budget years. So included in your budget this year is a $50,000 contribution coming out of reserves to that project, and this is the 4th year of your 4-year commitment. Within the administration department, as I mentioned, we have a $1.5 million budget for the admin department itself. So this includes personnel costs. It covers the mayor and CAO's office, so the executive assistants, recording secretaries, the CAO himself, my salary, the clerk's salary. We have a grant coordinator and all of the corporate services. Are your elections costs? You have 0 in terms of costs this year because we're not running an election. The way that we budget for elections, though, is we want to smooth those costs over the life of the term. And so in an election year, you'll see large expenditure, but it's funded 3/4 from reserve. So you'll see in your in your reserve transfers, we have a $50,000 contribution going from general revenue into your election reserve. You'll see that again next year and the following year. And then in your 4th year on council, you'll see no contribution to reserves. Instead, you'll see a withdrawal of $150,000 plus roughly $50,000 from general operating to fund your election. That's the base amount. And then finally, we have services. So this is a bit of a mishmash, includes a whole range of different things. The cost for the municipal solicitor, for council, legislative services, and the administration department is here. Funding for the safety committee and any special projects that they're undertaking. As I mentioned, the shared regional services are included in the advisory services budget. We have some special projects tucked in here. So for example, the market study on housing, which we had been identified as a gap which was affecting developers' ability to actually access CMHC funding, came out of your advisory services budget. Your Lyme disease project is funded out of this budget, and then we have things like our shared office expenses in here as well. Quick question?
So I'm looking at page 5, and under other, is that where the elections 50,000 is supposed to be? Because there is nothing there.
No, there are no election expenses this year, so it's showing 0.
Oh, I thought we were putting so much away for the 4 years. We're not doing that.
That's in your transfers. We're getting there.
Oh, okay.
I should have said no. Please hold your questions.
Okay.
I'm very sorry. So this is where we get into more of the good stuff. This is where staff have been working to try and make sure that items that you have discussed so far in your term, particularly around strategic priorities, are reflected in the base budget that we're presenting for your consideration. So we are recommending a suite of increases to your legislative services budget, and again, these are specifically targeting communications and public engagement. So we have a $32,000 addition for council's expense, but I'm not saying that right. Budget for council meetings, special events, and public engagement. So this is so that we can have appropriate AV systems in place when we do council in the community meetings, so that you can continue to do live streaming even if you're doing a council in the community meeting. We're very happy to report that thanks to the success of our internet work, it's now much more feasible for us to do that kind of work because more of our community halls have access to that really critical service. There are also additional costs every time you host public engagement events, the biggest one being advertising, but also hall rentals and the other incidental expenses. So that's included in this edition here. Based on the discussion that the Policy and Strategy Committee had on communications and public engagement, we have included some development costs for a municipal app. So you have a $15,000 addition to the Legislative Services budget. This would allow for the creation of a basic municipal app. As discussed at that session, if you were going for the sort of full meal deal of a municipal app, it will be a far higher development cost. We don't see that as being an appropriate step. At this point, more appropriate would be developing, essentially the app will function as a skin so that people have easier access to information that's on the website. They'll be able to select if they want notifications, if there's engagement opportunities, those kinds of things. And it'll provide a base so that if you do want to add on to future services later, it's totally doable, but it doesn't, for example, integrate with your tax software so that a resident could download their tax bill. Just the process of creating a web portal for that is quite expensive, as you'll see later in the Finance Department's budget. So you have the $15,000 addition. Going forward, if you do proceed with this project, you will see an additional $6,000 in licensing fees in order to maintain the app. Another item for Council's consideration for an addition is $13,000 cost for doing a survey specifically on municipal matters and public engagement. The reason why the cost is so high, and we're putting this here for Council to consider, is that this would involve a representative sample. So as opposed to posting something on the Engage website and taking whatever feedback you get back, you would be hiring a polling firm who would develop a representative sample, and then they would work through until they got enough responses that they felt they could extrapolate the information from that survey to the broader public. The focus would be on municipal matters, but we would cover some other additional public engagement questions. So the council had some hard data about what the broader public wants to see in terms of how you push out your messaging and how they engage with municipal government. And then we have an $11,000 increase to our advertising budget. This would allow you to do some more promotion of your engagement events. Specifically, this is also where your mail-out budget is. So if you wanted to do more mailing of a postcard, for example, to residents to encourage them to complete a survey, to let them know that there were engagement opportunities, that's where this budget is. Next slide, there we go. I won't spend too much time on the slide. I just wanted to make sure that council understood those were the additions. Your budget in legislative services still includes a number of other activities. So these are things like maintaining our website, paying the subscription fees for the Engage MODL website, doing project-specific engagement work. We have a base level amount in there in addition to the additions that we've noted. Producing the budget book, pushing out your district digest and municipal matters, providing support for emergency management messaging on Clear Sky days as well as during emergencies, doing our pop-ups, social media maintenance, and also our fire services newsletter, which is produced annually. And then I also wanted to flag, we have suggested 2 possible reductions for council in the base budget. The first one being reducing our ad spend on Lyme disease. So we would still have the content, we have it produced, we would be able to still market it at the appropriate times of year, but we wouldn't be doing a radio ad buy, and this will save you a good chunk of money. Our rationale here is you are not the public health department. It is a responsibility of public health to address epidemiological issues and public health education. You've been carrying this expense for more than 4 years. It's reasonable for you to continue to help promote those things, but it would also be reasonable for you to see a reduction in that budget after having spent a number of years working on that with your residents. We're also not proposing to bring in summer communications student. We have done that in the past. It's most effective at working on specific projects, so the Fire Services newsletter has traditionally been one. With the amount of work that council wants to have done, we think it's going to be easier to produce that Fire Services newsletter using different resources and not having the investment of the sort of mentorship time that it takes for a communications officer to manage a summer student. Some of them are easy and they're exceptional workers, and others are different, and we just don't want to take the risk this year, essentially. So I did want to focus your attention on municipal matters for a minute. We have included a recommendation in the base budget, but I wanted to make sure that council understood what was in there and that you do have options. Currently, you are direct mailing municipal matters 4 times a year in a letter-sized, like 8 by 11 format, opens like a book. And the budget for that is about $32,000. There was discussion at Policy and Strategy about changing this approach, particularly the switching from direct mail to addressing, which would help take care of some of the issues around larger apartment buildings not getting it, and some confusion around the way the postal codes work. Not necessarily, the mail system doesn't exactly match municipal boundaries. So if you addressed it, it would increase costs, but you'd be doing a better job of making sure it got to every resident. We've combined that with a suggestion of switching from the letter format to a newsprint format, so similar to what the town of Bridgewater has, where it's a sort of flyer fold-out. You can still do the addressed mail approach with that, but it brings down some of your printing costs. So that's where you see the $47,000. If you wanted to stick with the same format, but go with the direct mail approach, that would bring you up to $53,000. And then I did want to highlight that citizen engagement on communications. We have that $13,000 in there. That's a recommendation for you because there was discussion around wanting to get high quality data on how the broader public feels about municipal communications. It's certainly not necessary for operations. If you feel you have a handle on that and it's not worth the $13,000, we can do the cheaper option, which is pay for some promotion of a survey, put it up on engagemodl.ca and save at least half of that cost. I think I have one last slide here speaking about communications. We recognize, based on the input that we received from council on what you wanted to do with engagement, we have enough work for an additional full-time position just in the communications function. But we want to make sure that council has the opportunity to consider whether or not you want to take that approach. It's expensive bringing on new staff. Single biggest expense item in the administration department budget is personnel. So you should think carefully before you decide to add staff positions in place. So we have essentially 2 options here for you. The first option, which we are going to be pursuing from the operations side, regardless of whether or not you make pursue the enhanced model, is we are reallocating staff responsibilities to free up more time for communications. So you would have received an email from me last week indicating our manager of corporate services and communications, Sarah Kaharski, has now been moved to focus exclusively on communications. So the management of corporate services now falls with our supervisor, Susan Berry, and myself. We're taking other steps like that behind the scenes to try and streamline and allow more time dedicated to communications. We have a second step as we work through the budget where we will be looking for excess capacity in other departments as council indicates what priorities, what projects and initiatives you want us to work on. We expect to be able to identify some additional time with staff members in other departments that we can then focus specifically on engagement without having to add an extra position. We think it's reasonable to allocate up to an extra half of a position. So what our plan would be is we want to make sure that we get the key initiatives that council had spoke about done. So we would focus on the app development, which will be a time-intensive work for our communication staff. We want to make sure we are increasing the number of events or number of policy and projects that council goes to public engagement on, and we increase the number of tactics that we use to encourage and drive resident information to those. And we want to make sure that we get back doing council in the communities. So those will be our 3 areas of focus. The things that we don't expect to be able to get to using this approach is more of the robust content creation that council had talked about. So doing more storytelling, looking at community stories, doing a review and enhancement of the website other than the regular sort of day-to-day modifications that we regularly do. And another key piece that we wouldn't be able to get to with this resourcing would be producing a sort of concise summary of council decisions and being able to promote that then on social media. While it seems like it's a relatively simple piece of work, in order to do it well, it does take time, and then we would absolutely expect that there will be significant amount of follow-up required. Once you produce that information, you will get more social media activity around it, and we have to have the staff resources available to answer that. So we don't want to make that commitment until we are convinced we're in a position where we can produce that regularly, so residents can, when they come to expect it, they won't have it missing. And then we can actually respond to the increased discussion that will obviously come out of that. Your alternative to this approach, the enhancement on top of this approach would be to add that position. You can see it's in there as an addition on page 5, roughly $90,000 would be the cost all in. So this is salary, benefits, office expenses, and some promotion materials around that. So that would roughly be the cost of adding on that full-time equivalent position. So what we're suggesting, we have it there as an addition. We wouldn't actually fill it once the budget would pass. If council wants to leave it there, we would work on some of the reassignments and see how far we get and then check in with council. But again, we're looking for council direction on that. Do you want to see that addition in there, recognizing that currently you have a small deficit in your budget and you're looking for places to cut? Would you like to see this removed and you'll reassess next budget year? Or is this of critical importance and you don't want to wait to see these things happen and you want to have it added now? I believe this is my last slide for the admin department. We just wanted to highlight that there are several areas where staff and budget funds are directly aligned with your new strategic priorities. Several of these rest with your CAO in terms of managing complex intermunicipal relationships. So we'll be working, as you have seen, on improving our regional cooperation. This will be around public transportation, as well as regional land use planning and investment in economic development. We will be participating in a collaborative staff group on your public transit projects. MODL 2040 is going to consume a significant amount of council's policy discussions, and that will also consume significant clerk, deputy CAO, and CAO time to ensure that you are well supported and that we are following the proper legislative processes. And we'll also be working on the housing strategy in a collaborative staff team. I also wanted to highlight, it's a small element in your budget, but it pays for itself many times over. We have a part-time grant coordinator. As we develop operating and capital budgets, Amy Womble does excellent work identifying how to make pots of money align with your strategic priorities. So we work as hard as we can to make our projects sound sticky, as they say in the grant world, and attract as much funding as possible to reduce municipal expenditures on those key initiatives. Under quality of life, one of those catch-all projects, council initiated a litter cleanup program, so residents, community groups can identify a section of highway that they would like to clean up, and then we provide some funding to them for doing that. Because it didn't fit really well anywhere else, it's in the administration department budget. And then we also host the regional accessibility and inclusion functions, which do have a direct impact on social inclusion, which is part of your quality of life priority. And I don't think I need to rehash all the communications and public engagement stuff. Oh, shoot, I forgot the reserves. To your question, Councillor Oikel, The reserves transfers actually net each other out in the administration department section. So we have $50,000 going from general operating funds into your 2028 election reserve. But then we also have $50,000 coming out of your general reserves into general operating so that you can pay the hospital grant, which you had agreed to contribute to 4 years ago. So they cancel each other out and your net transfers are zero, which is why you don't see anything there. Oh shoot, I'm on again. I feel like I'm putting everybody to sleep. I'm very sorry. Protective services is a large chunk of your budget. It is a broad umbrella of services, a lot of them provided through service partners rather than directly provided by the municipality. That addresses safety and security of your residents, disaster management, and also some community supports. Councillor Vino or Deputy Mayor Vino has it.
I'm just wondering if we have questions in relation to the administration department, should we ask them now before you go into protection, or do you want to go through it
So
all?
what we had proposed, and as the mayor has stated, this is a bit of an experiment. It's a new process for all of us. We're doing 2 budget presentations, one this morning and again on Thursday evening. It'll be the same content on Thursday evening. So what we're proposing is we will run through all of the presentations so that you can then receive any public input, and then council can ask questions and deliberate with the full picture as well as any public input that you receive. If it's not working though, we will adjust it.
My only concern is if we get into a lot of questions and we won't get all the all the presentations made. So I think we're going to make sure everybody has plenty of time to discuss. Don't worry about that. But I think it is important to get the information out and then really circle back to where. So make notes and know that we're going to come back. You're going to see it again on Thursday, and then that will help prompt you, plus there may be time in between. I'm just wondering, I feel like we need a break.
Sure.
Yeah, so with all respect to protective services, I'm afraid that might put us somewhere we don't want to be. So we'll take a 10-minute break, and we will be sharp on the 10 minutes, folks. We'll resume our meeting, and we'll turn it back to discussion on protective services within the budget, proposed operating budget, and Deputy CAO Alex will continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we, next slide? Yep. So you can see on the slide here, we have the summary page, which corresponds to page 7 in your agenda package. So if you're following along at home or on your desk, that's there. I won't spend too much time on this. The two largest expenditures, though, to make note of are your fire protection. So this comes from the fire tax rate, which you collect and then distribute to fire departments on their behalf. And you also have your police protection line here, which is your contract costs with the Nova Scotia Provincial Policing Service, aka the RCMP.
The fire protection is just an in and out. We collect it and we give it back.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I've moved off of that slide on the screen, but as I mentioned, follow on page 7 if you want to see how the numbers add up. So under fire service, as I mentioned, the largest expenditure is the transfer of the fire tax funds. So just as a very quick refresher, I'm sure most folks around the table know, but anyone listening on the audio who's curious, fire departments annually are required as part of their registration with the municipality to host a ratepayers meeting where they talk about their budget and explain what goes into them setting a recommended fire tax rate. Those tax rates are then forwarded on to council, who then approves them for collection. Some of them are commissioned, so they have taxing authority themselves, but the municipality does the collection on their behalf. So the fire department set the rates, the municipality then collects it on the interim and final tax bills, and then transfers those funds twice per year to the fire department so they can provide that service. So council doesn't set that amount. You have created a governance system whereby communities can engage with their fire departments, who then set that amount and recommend it on to council. It is now in excess of $5 million, and as Councillor Oikel has pointed out, you collect that and then it is transferred directly to the fire department so they can provide that critical service. Now on top of that, council also has just over $400,000 coming from your general revenues, also dedicated to the fire service. So this covers a range of services and grants that you provide to give some support and strategic direction to fire departments. We have a fire services coordinator. The budget for that comes out of this area of your budget. You have a suite of grants. A set of them are increased by 2% annually at the request of the Fire and Emergency Services. These are all formula-based. They are not application-based. They cover things like training grant to the Lunenburg Regional Fire and Emergency Services group, matching funds to encourage fundraising as a tiny incentive, what's known as a reverse assessment grant, so it provides a measure of equalization to fire departments, so those that have the smaller tax bases receive more of the funding from that grant, and then some grants to offset personnel and general and liability insurance. You also have some application-based grants which have been set up to try and target things that the Fire and Emergency Services Committee has identified areas that you would like to focus on. So this is some leadership development skills, recognizing that recruitment and retention is really important to the fire service, and without effective leadership you can sometimes alienate and lose volunteers. So we've made investments, provided some training ourselves to departments that are interested, and then created a grant where they can pursue as an officer group some training. We also have some recognition grants, again, to help departments make sure that they are recognizing their volunteers, making sure that they know they are appreciated. We also, in this area of the budget, have a transfer to reserves. There's been discussion about creating a regional training facility for the fire service, and council has for the past couple years, contributed $100,000 from general revenue to reserves for the creation of this future facility. Moving on to the RCMP costs. So we have budgeted $4.5 million. That's an estimated increase from budget to budget of 3.9%. Now, the Department of Justice manages the contract. They have yet to provide any information about what policing costs would be. So in developing the budget, I applied a 5% increase budget to budget. It looks like we're going to be slightly over budget on policing this year, which means it doesn't actually reflect a 5% increase in what we think are going to be actual costs. So this is an area where you might face some budget pressure, and we may want to consider increasing that amount if we don't get any further information from the Department of Justice. And these are contract costs, so we have exactly zero leverage in terms of managing those costs. We are told what the RCMP policing costs will be each year and have to include it in our budget. Certainly in comparison with the amounts that you are paying towards RCMP, this is a small budget line, but it is a small and mighty one. Your senior safety coordinator is a regionally funded position. MODL's contribution for the past number of years has been $25,000, and this is a really, really valuable service. They provide outreach to vulnerable seniors who, for example, may be victims or potential victims of fraud, but they also get involved in all sorts of issues that get referred to them to try and connect seniors who are isolated to supports. And they do fantastic work, and it certainly saves a great amount of grief in individuals' lives and provides a massive public service to the municipality. So I would hate to pass over that small amount without recognizing how valuable it is. Also included in your protective services budget is the REMO program. So unlike most of our protective services, we host this one and we are providing the regional service to others. So we have a gross budget of just shy of $400,000. The funding formula is based on uniform assessment, which is basically a measure of your tax base. So the municipality's net cost based on this, after we receive other partner contributions, is $187,000. Also included in your emergency management budget is $26,000 in what we call local emergency management costs. So these are things like a small contingency in case there is an emergency and we have unexpected expenses. We have 2 staff people who are designated as assistant emergency coordinators, so they receive a small stipend, and then when they are called out for activations, when those are after hours, they get paid overtime for that. So this budget also covers those costs. And then we have a comfort center grant as well, also known as the generator grant. So that's $14,000, which can fund up to 2 refurbishments or installations of generators for new or existing comfort centers who provide a place to warm up and charge things when there are extended power outages or other types of emergencies. A couple of other things to note about protective services. As previously decided by this council, we have included up to $521,000 in transfer from reserves to fund our water financing program. So this is a program where homeowners can have improvements made, for example, getting a drilled well installed that addresses their water supply issues. The municipality then finances the program. So the homeowner then makes monthly payments to pay off the capital costs. So there's very little cost to the municipality over the life of the program, but you're fronting the money out of reserves and then it's paid back over time. It is a really excellent way to help individual homeowners become more resilient. So that helps us on the emergency management front, but it helps them in terms of quality of life and being more prepared for our changing climate. And then we also have a small contribution which goes towards food banks annually, as well as the local shelter that serves the homeless population. Just a quick note in terms of alignment with Council's new strategic priorities. Certainly the senior safety coordinator position is a really important tool that is used to help with quality of life, particularly for some of your more vulnerable citizens. And it's really important to recognize the critical role that fire departments play in their community. So they're not just an emergency service provider. In many cases, they are the last piece of community infrastructure that's left in our rural communities. So they're providing gathering space, they're providing a network of connected community residents who are engaged in caring for their communities, and everything that we can do to support them and make sure that those organizations are well supported to deal with our changing society is efforts well spent towards improving our residents' quality of life. The other area where protective services really addresses is your climate resilience. Ensuring that we are prepared as a municipal organization and certainly a regional group of municipalities in responding to emergencies is really important. We do have some public outreach programs. We hope to increase those in the next 2 years to help residents understand what is expected of them in terms of being able to shelter in place and thrive for 72 hours after an emergency strikes. You don't see any funding going towards this, but we are looking at helping communities adopt the Fire Smart program. So this is a national program which helps communities and individual homeowners become better prepared for the event of wildland fires. We don't have any costs for it because we have worked with some other municipal partners on a grant application which would give us a fully funded Fire Smart coordinator between the municipalities. And their role would be to work directly with community organizations who are interested in doing this, and so that they become trained in the Fire Smart system, and they can then go to homeowners and identify what changes they can make to make their home less likely to burn down in the event of a wildfire, and then at the community level changes you can make to make your entire community more wildfire resilient. So there's no cost there, but it is something that we're really hopeful will come through. We have a couple of different community groups who have identified they'd be interested in this, so we think that we're ripe for the program. And then, as I mentioned, we have the financing program for private well supply. So the reserve transfers here, we do have a transfer of $100,000 coming from general revenue into your reserves, and that is for that future regional fire training facility. And then we have up to $521,000 coming out of reserves for the water financing program. I've mentioned a couple times up to. We don't expect to need that full amount to clear the backlog as Clean has started to process those applications. We've seen some attrition, so folks identifying it wasn't appropriate for them. We have encountered at least one home that couldn't wait for the money and went ahead and did it themselves. So as they work through their list, we do expect that number to decrease. We also expect that there'll be some new folks coming on board, particularly if we get another dry summer. But we probably won't need the full $521,000.
Thank you, Alex. We'll now move on to our Director of Engineering and Public Works, Stephen Pace, to present his department's budgets.
Great, Mayor and Council. I just a little overview of the Engineering and Public Works Department. We support through the development and maintenance of municipal infrastructure and provides both legislated and requested services, and we support growth and development in the municipality. The department provides infrastructure services to the municipality's residents through a number of things: management of our municipal wastewater collection and treatment systems located in New Germany, Conqueror Bank, Hebville, and Cookville. We look after the management, including summer and winter maintenance of approximately 11 kilometers of gravel and asphalt surface municipal public roads in the municipality. Also, the management of municipal road access permits. If you're putting a new driveway in, we look after the permits from municipal roads, and also street lighting requests. Next slide. We also look at review of proposed municipal, private, and public road designs and sewer connections as per the bylaws, both the municipal subdivision and also the municipal sewer bylaws. And we also look after the repair and maintenance services for this building, the Municipal Services Building, the MARC Building, and the CES Building, and also Wiles Lake. And that's supported too now by our recent facility coordinator too, and assisting to look after those buildings. We also provide engineering support for other municipal departments. So the engineering department, we get our revenues from 5 different sources. There's the street light area rates in certain areas with our street lighting. There's we rent the building that we own to the CES building. There's a term lease there. We have area sewer rates. There's hydrant rates and various permit fees. So that's our revenue sources. And on the expenditure side, it's kind of into 5 categories. First of all, engineering, and that's where a lot of our staffing costs are, our vehicle office expenses. There's also some odd things in there like the ongoing maintenance of the center school and various contract services such as some engineering design services, legal, and so on in that category. The operation of this building, Municipal Services Building, it pays for all the utilities, repairs and maintenance, waste removal. We have a number of service contracts such as fire alarm systems, HVAC systems, and so on, ongoing contract services. We have another category is transportation, the maintenance of all our municipal roads and sidewalks, grading and dust suppression, snow clearing and salting and ditching. And in that category, we actually have had a number of tenders that are going to be coming due, that will be issued again this spring for the road maintenance and the snow clearing. So we are expecting some increases in those categories in the next year. They'll be going out to tender this spring. Expenditures of the CES building, the utilities, repairs and maintenance, waste removal and contract services for that building as well. It's kind of a flow through. A lot of them we charge back to the tenant. And the last category is the wastewater collection and treatment facilities, and that includes our staffing and our wastewater group, utilities, chemicals, sludge removal, the wastewater effluent testing, and all the maintenance of the facilities. And this summarizes the cost breakdown. We have a total revenue. I'm just going to pull it up here so I can see better. I have about a total revenue of about $1 million, just over $1 million in the budget. And the expenditures, again, by the categories that we just discussed, engineering, $948,000. Garbage collection, we are seeing an increase there. I'll get into it a little later. The Municipal Services Building, CES Building, our road maintenance, our provincial road contributions, the J-Class road paving, that is treated as an operating. We don't own that asset, so it shows up in our operating budget. Street lighting and wastewater treatment. So our total expenditures are around are predicted to be around $5.67 million. So I'll just highlight some of the changes. The only addition that we're seeing on the personnel side is the CPI increases to salaries this year. And on the operations side, we do see we do have an increase of 8.12%, and that's to GE All Trucking. That's for our solid waste collection contract. The MJSB went out on behalf of all the municipalities actually in Lunenburg County, and there were 2 submissions, and it's a 7-year contract, and it takes effect April 1st of this year, and it calls for 8.12% increase. So we've got a bit of a bump this year. And we also have increases in our wastewater treatment operations. Again, we're predicting when the tenders come in for snow removal and grounds care for that to go up. We haven't had gone out to tender for 3 or 4 years on that. Wastewater testing, our sludge removal, our tipping fees for sludge removal have gone up 25% this year. So we're seeing a significant number there. Looking at investing in some safety equipment, and of course power and chemicals continue to go up. And the other increase we have is with the addition of the expansion of the Cookville wastewater treatment plant. We're looking at an expanded scope of work. So we're looking, we've traditionally had 2 wastewater operators, but the consultants, the design consultants, are recommending 3, if not 4, operators down the road. So last year we had our new operator in training join us, and it was budgeted just from October until the end of the year. And we're looking at a full year of that, the 3rd position for this coming year. And the decrease is, we're looking at a decrease of in our J-class road paving. Typically, we've allowed $350,000 a year. There was a carryover last year of $700,000, and we're peeling that back now to $350,000 again. So that's a decrease. As far as alignment with our strategic priorities, basically most of our operations and engineering are all related to infrastructure upgrades and expansion and management. So most categories are in that area. We also support regional economic development through our engineering services. We provide subdivision and development reviews. We support the economic development department working with developers when they come to us looking for water, sewer, allocations and capacities, permits for driveways and so on. And the transportation, we're participating in the Osprey Village Beautification Project, including the proposed sidewalks. And our wastewater collection and treatment facility supports both commercial and residential growth. Quality of life, we maintain our municipal roads and sidewalks and manage our streetlight program. And climate change, we manage and maintain the solar projects at both this building, Municipal Services Building, as well as the Conkle Bank Wastewater Treatment Plant. And the EV chargers, we manage and maintain those here at the Municipal Services Building. And we manage and maintain the facilities for optimal energy efficiency, particularly in the CES building and this building. We have regular energy audits performed, and we're always fine-tuning so that we're making sure they're as energy efficient as possible. From our reserve fund transactions, we look at transfers to our reserve. We put $25,000 a year into our municipal road reserve, and also the CES building. We put $25,000 a year into our reserves for projects down the road. And transfers from reserve, which is optional as well, and up to council's discretion, is the Canada Community Building Fund, the CCBF, for paving projects with the province to pave our J-class roads. And there's our $350,000 that goes from reserves into that. So a net transfer of $275,000 from reserves.
Thank you, Steve. So we will move on to Planning and Development Services with our Director of Planning and Development, Jeff Merrill.
Good morning. So Planning and Development Services, we cover salaries, and the benefits are in this section of the budget, but some of the services that we provide are the regional inspection services. We provide building, fire, inspection services to MODL, Town of Bridgewater, Town of Lunenburg, and the region of Queens. So we recently signed a regional agreement back in October of 2024, and a couple of the municipalities also in that are dangerous unsightly in the minimum standards in the Town of Bridgewater. So ours, we look after that as the, I guess we would call the host unit of that service. We also, so that's on the building in the inspection services side. We also look after the planning and development. So this is your planning policy. So like the MODL 2040 is under our department. All the existing secondary planning strategies and land use bylaws, as well as the subdivision bylaw, falls under the planning and development services. We also look after the heritage program for the municipality. We manage the geographic information system, so any of the nice pretty maps that come on your agenda, We have staff in planning that work on those, and we support all the departments as well as some community, like we provide the fire departments with updated information every year as well. And that leads into, we maintain the civic addressing system. So we make sure that there's an orderly system of numbers, and on occasion, somebody will say, hey, somebody doesn't have their sign posted or it's out of order. We take care of that and update the provincial system. So when EHS gets a call to a site, that they're able to find that in a quick and orderly way. We also deal with any renaming of new roads, renaming of existing roads or naming new roads. We also look after the private road maintenance and improvement charges. So just to be clear, we do not do any maintenance work on the roads itself. We collect, the municipality collects the funds from the private road association groups, like those areas, and we're providing them with a check. And so there's a private road agreement in place for each of those. So those filter through our department, and there is a 5% admin fee that shows up in our section as well. The department also looks after the Clean Energy Financing Program. So that's the program that's set up for home energy retrofits. And the Clean Foundation runs that program on behalf of the municipality. And we're also responsible for the climate action planning. So your local climate change action plan is housed in the planning department. Go to the next slide. So on this slide, there's I just wanted to highlight, there's a few things. Under footnote 1, there's a $2,000 removed. That was just removing a project that was a one-time from last year of cell boosters for the municipal vehicles. Under under legal and office, that shows up as a deletion. And that's because we moved the MODL 2040 and some of the climate projects into their own account. They used to be spread amongst several different accounts, but this year I've got them all into one, each of their own one account. Also have we need to replace our plotter, so there is an addition in that as well for that. And then under MODL 2040, you can see there's $60,000 there towards, and this is for our upcoming engagement. So this is in addition to when Alex talked about communications and engagement in his department. This is in addition to that. This is just for MODL 2040. We're moving into a major engagement program here. The local climate change action projects. So there are some other projects that aren't in this. So this is like the ones that don't show up in other accounts. So like our floodline mapping, which is a little bit further down, isn't in this one, nor is the public transit and a few others. So there is $25,900, and I'll go through what projects are included in that in another slide. We do have $90,000 for a housing strategy for the municipality. And sorry, number 6 was, there is an addition, the Hemlock Woolly Algid project. Last year it was $50,000. There is an addition of $50,000, so that total project is $100,000 proposed for this year. And that is looking at the doing treatment as well as assessments in our municipal parks. Also removed some funds from that account, just over $10,000. And that related to coastal education and some of the Let It Grow, May, and youth engagement, because, again, as mentioned, we moved the climate projects to their own account this year. Under the public transit, that $147,000 assumes that the municipality has public transit operating for 6 months of the year. And council previously heard that will be, so 1 year will be double that price, but that's just a 6 month for this period. And number 8 is the transfer to reserves, and I have a slide further on about that. So I talked about the housing strategy of $90,000. There is $75,000. This is a grant from the Lunenburg County Wheels. Last year it was $65,000. They were here, did a presentation, and they've since followed up with staff that there is an increase of $10,000 they're requesting for their operating, so that total of $75,000. Talked about the fixed route transit of 6 months for $147,000. Under the regional inspection services, you would see a revenue. So I did highlight that. It's approximately $282,000. So we provide the services, and the other municipalities contribute towards that. There is a Municipal Innovation Program grant that we received, and part of that is in capital, and the other part is here in operating. So we've allocated $25,000 towards staff, and this is in the regional inspection services. So that is, I guess, a source of revenue. We also have a carryover the provincial floodline data collection. So previously the municipality received $500,000 from the province to collect flood information. So this data collection project is ongoing, and it's expected that the project will end in September of 2025. So this is a carryover of funds for that, and that is 100% provincial money that they gave us. The Clean Energy Financing Program is $500,000 for those loans. We currently have 41 folks as of the end of January that are in the system working through their upgrades at various stages. We do have a new private road maintenance of Homestead Estates. So this is the private portion of Homestead Estates. So we have that agreement came to council recently. The plotter replacement is $9,200. The rebranding, we do have $5,000 for the rebranding of regional inspection services. We do have a position that a planner 1/development officer that is a term until the end of this year. And the plan was, as we go through and have MODL 2040 put in place, this position would move to support the implementation and the development control portion of implementing that plan. And previously, this council has appointed the 3 development officers. So this is one of those 3 is currently on a term. So there's a $25,100 to move that from a term to a permanent position. I've spoken about the Hemlock project of $100,000. There's a land conservation strategy proposed of $50,000 to identify where the best lands in the municipality that should be protect it for conservation. And the MODL 2040 is 60,000, and that is as we move into our engagement phase this spring. As I promised, the breakdown of the climate projects in the account that showed the 25,900. So we do have our annual tree planting program of 12,000. We have EV education and promotion. So we partner with Nexaride Nova Scotia and just kind of amplify things that they're doing. So we have $1,000 for that. We have municipal management, waste management awareness of $3,000. We do have a community climate capacity program of 500. The Municipal Environmental Champion Award of just under 2,000. Education on the impact of climate change, we have 2,500. We have youth engagement on climate issues at 1,000. Our Let It Grow May is 3,700, and our community pledges is 300.
Jeff, if you could just leave it there for 1 second.
Sure.
I just wanted to point out that although these projects have a relatively low cost, they're extremely staff time intensive. And so depending upon what council's overall decision is, if these all go forward, we don't believe we would have any capacity to reallocate any of the staff time to communication. But if some of them don't go forward, this is one of the areas that we would look at to reallocate staff resources to provide further support for communication. So just wanted to point that out as we're going through the slides.
And then kind of broke out to align them with council's strategic priorities. So a lot of them cover most of the strategic priorities. So under the regional economic development, we have the housing strategy, the regional inspection services, public transit, MODL 2040 engagement, the climate projects, clean energy financing, the floodline mapping. Under infrastructure upgrades, we have the housing strategy, the private road maintenance charges, public transit, again, MODL 2040, clean energy financing program, again, the floodline data collection. Next slide, please. Quality of life, the housing strategy, private roads, public transit, MODL 2040, climate change, the Hemlock Woolly Algae project, the data collection for floodline. Under communications engagement, again, it seems like I'm repeating myself over and over, but the housing strategy, regional inspection services, public transit 2040 project, the LCAP project in the clean energy financing, and then the climate action, again, the housing, public transit 2040, the LCAP projects, clean energy financing, the Hemlock project, and the floodline data collection. As far as the reserves, transfer to reserves, there's the 500,000 for the PACE program, 9,200 for the plotter, and 90,000 for the housing strategy. So 599,200 is the net transfer from reserves. And I believe that may be the last slide.
It is the last slide. Thank you very much, Jeff. So we'll move on to economic development with our Director of Economic Development, Dave Waters.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. I'll go through our stuff. So some budget basics for economic development. We do provide services to local business as well as focus on municipal growth. We do have our 5-year economic development action plan that started in 2023. We did last year complete our 5-year internet fiber expansion project, but I will outline one element that is moving forward in this year, and fortunately moving forward with no cost to the District of Lunenburg. We continue our development on Osprey Village. We're getting close to completion of the sale of most of our lots. We work on a number of affordable housing projects, one underway and a few others that we're trying to move forward. We work on the community hub, which is the location with the Collaborative Healthcare Center that could have a commercial kitchen, cafe, community space, and some space upstairs that we're putting together. Some notable additions is the food hub feasibility that should be finished in the next couple of months. We have been far more aggressive on our small business marketing plan to promote and raise the awareness of our small businesses in the District of Lunenburg. And we have been having multiple discussions with the province and other partners on what a regional economic development platform could look like should we decide to do an entity that would allow more regional-based economic development. Just as a quick snapshot, our 5-year action plan, these are the 6 elements that we follow under that, and we will incorporate that with council's strategic directions. But they are the promotion of Osprey Village, growth and diversity of our economy, investment readiness, workforce development, affordable housing, and supporting agriculture. So just a snapshot of our budget. I would say it's small, but there is one fairly significant line item on there. Basically, the bulk of the budget, we have some items for personnel and then some project funds. And then we have the $2 million that we'll talk about as related to the community hub. Some notable changes and highlights of the budget. One is the 0.9 CPI increase for salaries. And then our community hub, again, we've talked about this multiple times. It related to office space, rental space, boardroom, cafe, commercial kitchen, and community space. Some additional projects, again, the community hub fit up, the $2 million that we have budgeted for this year. $30,000 to do a possible economic development platform with other partners in the region. And then we are continuing to increase our awareness from our small business sector. Some items as they align with the strategic priorities. So we have our regional economic development platform that we are doing some evaluations on. Our cellular coverage study that we're working with the province on. The Osprey Village Enhancement and Beautification Plan, which should be done in the next couple months. The Food Hub Feasibility Study, which should be done in the next couple months. Continue to develop Osprey Village. Our business directory that we launched last year, and we'll continue to develop that. Business awareness and marketing, mostly of our small business. Agriculture Day, we do have a very small community economic development grant that we provide some small groups to do some things. The one thing I mentioned about the internet, our understanding with the province and Bell is that fiber is, it was on the table and then it was off the table and now it's back on the table. So they're intending to bring fiber to both Tancook Islands this year. The business retention, expansion, and attraction that we do that consistently, so we continue to do that. Quality of life would be the Collaborative Healthcare Center that's being built across the street, the community hub, the cellular coverage project, the Osprey Village Enhancement and Beautification, affordable housing, the Food Hub Feasibility Study, and the fiber on Tancook Island. Infrastructure, again, Osprey Village, the enhancement plan and beautification plan, the community hub, and then communication with our business awareness and marketing efforts, investment attraction, regional economic development platform, food hub feasibility study, community hub engagement, the business directory, business retention and expansion, and social media that we do, and been a little bit more aggressive of this particular last year. That's it for me. Oh, sorry, transfer from reserves, big one. So the community hub fit up is actually a transfer from reserves to allow us to do the build on that facility. And again, it's not just the community spaces, all of the other spaces that we have allocated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. We'll move on to, Recreation, Parks, and Tourism with our Director of Recreation, Parks, and Tourism, Trudy Payne.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So the first slide is just an overview of some recreation, parks, and tourism budget basics. The department does implement a number of strategies. We, of course, deliver recreation, parks, and tourism services to our residents and to visitors to the area. We partner with a number of entities to deliver for the delivery of recreation, and there's a number of services and supports to volunteers and community groups. As you'll see, community development is a significant piece of what we do. There are a number of strategies that fall directly with the Recreation Department, although we work in collaboration amongst departments, is our active living strategy, our open space strategic plan, our active transportation plan, and our park standards document. So the services that we provide, and this is just a really quick overview, is we do programming. Probably many of you have received the program brochure in the mail or go online, but that outlines a lot of the programming that we do. There are a number of events that we put on as well. There's marketing that our tourism officer does for tourism businesses in the area, and we, of course, support tourism operators. The provision of parks, trails, and open spaces. We have quite a robust park system and trail system in the municipality. We're very fortunate. And of course, the community development, that could be me working with a community group to go through the joint registry of stocks process, or if they're looking at some strategic planning or board development, things of that nature, and certainly help them a lot with working through funding opportunities that they may want to leverage for some of the projects that they're doing at a community level. And of course, the grants program. We have a very robust grant program as well, and most of the grants do fall under the Recreation Department. So some of the special projects that we're looking at doing this year is, we're continuing to implement the park maintenance and standards through those documentations and the standards that we set for our parks. We do have, I think there is a launch tomorrow of the 55 plus games. So the 55 plus games is going to be in Lunenburg County, and we have staff serving on that committee to make sure that we deliver on our South Shore hospitality that we're so well known for in this area. We're looking at hosting a volunteer symposium. That is part of our Project Volunteer. We did a survey, and one of the things that came through was volunteers wanted more information on funding, on liability, risk management, and a number of things. So we're IDEA, which is inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. So we're looking at hosting a symposium in November, and that's going to be a Lunenburg County initiative. And then we are looking at launching our e-bike loan program. So those are just some of the special projects. Next. So the next slide is the summary of the department's revenue and expenditures, and I'll just go over this very briefly. So under recreation fees, that would include like our program registration from our Four Seasons, some program grants that we do get, and the rentals that we get from the Sawpit Wharf dock spots. ProKids is pretty self-explanatory. That's the revenue that we receive from funding such as United Way has, since the very beginning, has contributed a grant, and we get a significant amount in private donations for ProKids, so that would be representative of that revenue. Our rental revenues is really primarily at this point our ball field revenue, that when we charge rent for the ball teams, the ball leagues. And our recreation grants, which does look like a significant amount, a good portion of this, 150,000, is what we receive from the province for the ASK program, which is Active Smarter Kids. This started out as an initiative with our own active living coordinator a number of years ago as a pilot project. It is now expanded to be a provincial program. So we really are just we host the position, so they give us the money, so it's an in and an out. But so I just want to let you know that that's what the significant piece of that grant is. And we also receive some funding from the province to support the salary and benefits of our active living coordinator. The Tourism VIC, that's a grant from the province that we receive to help support the visitor information services that we provide. Under expenditures, the administration and grants is exactly what that is the administration, that's the staff, the personnel costs, the everything that goes with that, and our very robust grants program, which I think is around $600,000, if my memory is serving me correct. And then we have a line for parks, and Mark has made a special line, I guess, but it's for all of our park services, so making sure that we're keeping those parks up to standard. And that would involve the park salary staff as well. Our recreation programs are self-explanatory, is the cost in delivering those recreation programs. AT paved shoulders, you'll note that there's nothing there. There is nothing in the 5-year capital plan that we saw this year that would flag us to look at investing in paved shoulders this year. And tourism would be our cost for our staff and tourism services that we provide, including the major event grant. So that's just a brief summary of the Recreation, Parks, and Tourism budget. So the next slide, please. So some noteworthy changes and highlights. So changes in expenses, this seems to be a repeat across the board, but wage increase due to CPI. We also do hire a number of summer students to deliver on our robust summer recreation programs, and we hire usually 2 tourism staff as well. So minimum wage increases as well would be reflected. We are requesting an increase of $15,000 into our major events grant category. We have budgeted $20,000 in the past. The maximum that a group can apply for under the major events grant is $20,000. We are seeing a number of increase of applications come for major events grants, so hence why we've asked for the additional $15,000. The next line is the special capital trail request. So again, typically in the past, council has provided annual funding to help with some capital costs for all the trail groups. We have 8 trail groups or associations in our municipality that looks after over 143 kilometers of trail. And so typically council through the operating budget has provided them with a flat rate, which is on one of my lower slides of this year. It's proposed at $642 per kilometer. But sometimes the trail groups have additional or special capital projects that they're working on. We have 3 trail groups this year that has made a special request for council's consideration. And they are the Dynamite Trail. They are into the final phase for the Martins River Bridge, finishing up on steel and trestle repairs. It's an estimated cost of $185,000. They are seeking funding from other funding agencies putting money in themselves, but they're asking council to consider $50,000 this year, and that would see the completion of the Martins River Bridge project. And this were $1 million project, like millions of dollar projects to update these bridges. The LaHave River Trail Association is asking for $30 of a $110,000 project, and this involves developing a new section of trail in Pinehurst, just south of the Vino Road. The proposed trail extension would enable users to enter and exit the trail within a much safer speed zone of 70 kilometers as opposed to 90 kilometers, I think, and then they're also looking to upgrade 2.5 kilometers of trail at Winslow Lake to improve the base to help eliminate some of the dust issues that they've been experiencing, and I think maybe neighbors have been indicating to them. And that upgrading that will also make the grade more suitable for users with mobility issues, and they too are seeking other funding from other funding sources. And then the Bay to Bay is looking to purchase a storage container for large equipment, and my understanding from them is that this large equipment could possibly be shared amongst all the trail groups. And they were looking at resurfacing 2.5 kilometers of trail, 1 kilometer between Italy Cross and the Somerset Road, and 1.5 kilometers at Wallace Lake parking lot to the LaHave House Lane. This project is about $30,000 in total, and they're asking for $16,000. And I'll go to, so Pro Kids. Oh, is there a question?
It's just that you said you didn't say the Bull Run Trail. You said another.
Bull Run Trail.
I just wanted to
yes, thank
have
you.
that corrected.
Thank you. I probably had it written down wrong in my notes, sorry. It is the Bull Run Trail, not the Bay to Bay. Pro Kids, we're requesting an increase of $10,000 to be allocated in the budget because, again, we are seeing increases to applications for to help children and youth participate in sport, recreation, and cultural activities. I believe our program coordinator came and asked for a special request to take some of the funds from the reserve. We're trying to budget accordingly so we don't have to dip too much into the reserves. Typically, the municipality has provided funding to the town of Lunenburg to help with operating costs for their arena and their community facility. Last year, they had requested $45,000, which council approved. This year, they're requesting $50,000, so that would be a $5,000 increase. As per the request of the 55 Plus Games Planning Committee, they had came and made a presentation to council. Council had awarded $10,000 from this year's budget, and there was asked for consideration to put an additional $10,000 in the budget. So that $10,000 is currently sitting in that draft budget. When the Zero Hunger Fund folks came and made a presentation, last year council had given them $12,000. They had indicated that they hadn't used $5,000 of it, but they were going to distribute that to the 5. So we've budgeted for $7,000. Again, this is completely up to council, but thinking that they would like to give $1,000 to those other 7 schools that they had given to previously. Again, as per direction of council, previous council, we were asked to budget this year a 10% increase to the trail organizations. So we do that by a per kilometer rate. I believe last year, if my memory serves me right, was around $584 a kilometer. This would increase it to $642 per kilometer. There is a line item in the Recreation Department's budget where typically council has provided the Mahone Bay Centre $10,000 to help with their operating costs. This Mahone Bay Centre is seen as the major provider of recreation services in Mahone Bay. I just noted that that amount has not been changed in the budget. You will note that there is no funding allocated for the Sherbrooke Lake Monitoring Program. Last year was the final 5th or 6th year, if you throw COVID in there, where they were doing the lake water quality testing, and therefore their mandate had been completed. So there's no money in for that, and there's no funds in for paved shoulders, which I've already talked about. You will note in expenses, there's an increase of about $35,000, and that is for a potential project if we receive revenue or receive grants to move forward with a project that would help bring communities together. And so I'll jump to anticipating the changes in revenue. We are anticipating funding from both the provincial and federal government for a project that would help bring communities and neighbors together. But again, that program would not happen if we did not receive the funding. So I wanted to explain that that's kind of like an in and out and only happen if we receive the funding. So the alignment with some of the strategic priorities under infrastructure upgrades, expansion, and management planning and investment, we really felt that a number of the recreation services and programs really strengthen recreational assets to support our growing diverse communities with a focus on access to waterways. And how we do this through the budget is funds to organizations with management agreements. So we do have a number of groups that have managed property that is owned by the municipality. I can give some examples like the United Communities, Wharf, the Petite Riviere Park, Sucker Lake. So we do provide annual operating costs or annual operating funding to help them with the operations of those facilities because they are properties owned by MODL. Of course, the funds to the trail associations that I spoke to, although wayfinding is in our capital budget, wayfinding certainly helps with the infrastructure upgrades, and of course our parks and accessibility upgrades, both from an operating perspective and a capital perspective, which you'll see proposed next week. Under quality of life, we really feel that a number of our things that we do, services addresses loneliness, reconnecting the community, and improving social inclusion. And this is done through recreation parks and programs and celebrating and preserving communities. So definitely our Pro Kids and our Pro Funds would definitely aid at that quality of life. Pro Fund is very similar to Pro Kids, and this was approved last year. And this is a program that we launched, and I do know that other municipal units in Lunenburg County is looking at something similar to Pro Funds, which helps support adults who perhaps cannot afford recreational sport or cultural opportunities. Our e-bike loan program, and of course our grant program, the events that we do, such as 55 plus games, the Family Fun Day that has grown in popularity, to our Take the Roof Off winter. There's a number of events that we do throughout the year. Our tourism promotion, such as our pop-ups that our summer students do. Project Volunteer, particularly this year around our volunteer symposium, and we have been featuring, we will be featuring in our quarterly brochure several volunteer organizations to say who they are, what they do, and what kind of volunteer opportunities are available with them, to try to increase people's knowledge of what awesome groups we have and the great work that's being done, but to also encourage folks that might be looking for a volunteer opportunity. Our swimming lessons and lifeguarding, I put that there. We do live surrounded by water, so I think that it definitely contributes to the quality of life, the number of youth that we put through our swimming programs and the lifeguarding that we do at MUSH. And the investment that we, or grant that we invested in Food Vibes, which is really looking at, that bringing that community connection through a different model. Regional economic development, again, wayfinding is more in capital, but that definitely supports community economic development, the investments of that in our parks, the events that we do, such as the 55 plus games, and the events that other people do that we might provide funding for, such as the Mobility Cup that was just hosted by the Lunenburg Yacht Club this past season, the visitor information services that we provide, the parks and accessibility upgrades. And I did specifically put the major events grant here, but I would say it would be all of our grants in general, because we do support a number of community groups and community halls. So aligning with the communication and engagement, so building a strong community fabric. Again, our program brochure is one of our main pieces of communication that we use for our programs and events. We are very it's not so much me, but my staff make sure that we're present on social media, certainly promoting all the events and the programs and the different things that we do. Each year, Council hosts a volunteer recognition ceremony. Our Project Volunteer, again, our workshops, such as our grants workshops that we held in January, just meeting with community groups, going to the places where they're at, and informing them of opportunities. The public engagements that we have undertaken or will be undertaking. So, for example, with the Pine Grove Park this evening, and the consultation that we did with the Sawpit Wharf Park, and we'll continue to do those public engagement opportunities. And just the strategies that we have also communicate what the department is about, which is our active living, our open space, park standards, and active transportation. So climate change action, certainly our Sawpit Wharf design, when we issued the RFP, one of the pieces of scope of work was to make sure that they were looking at the infrastructure so that it was climate resilient. Our active transportation plan also speaks to that. Our e-bike loan program, once we get it launched, is trying to encourage people to look at different modes of transportation other than the vehicle. So this definitely helps from a gas emission perspective, and of course the implementation of our parks and our accessibility audit plans, and looking from a climate lens as well. And then I think a final slide is our reserve fund transactions. So open space strategy, so this is a policy of council. What typically council has done each year is they have transferred to reserves, so from your general operating, $60,000 to our open space reserves. And this reserve has been built up over time, which will enable us to do some of the park upgrades or the accessibility upgrades to, maybe acquiring a piece of property that we have identified, which is what we did with New Germany, with the River Ridge Common. We identified that as a potential park through our open space strategic plan It was, this piece of property came up for sale, and I guess as they say, the rest is history, because now the result of that, it's River Ridge Commons. So that's just an example of that. And transfers from reserves, which is optional, and this is typically how we fund the funding for the trail groups, and that comes from the Canada Community Building Fund, or formerly known as the gas tax, and that you'd see in your budget of that $600 and some kilometer rate, it equals a total for those 8 groups at $82,300. And so your net transfer from reserves is the $82,300. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Payne, for that. So we move on to financial services. We're getting close. One thing I didn't do is I didn't do a department overview slide. I guess I got very caught up in the numbers today and totally forgot about that. So I'm just going to do a very verbal kind of overview of what the finance department does, just as a reminder. Our tax billing and residential, tax inquiries, we look after that. The low-income property tax rebate, our department manages that, which is now a year-long program, and maybe for 4 years now, I think. We manage your annual tax sale, and we work with the homeowners on their property tax accounts. We provide all the accounting services, payroll and benefits management, accounts payable. We also manage all the loan programs, so the homeowner agreements come to the finance department, and we set up the loans for them, then we manage those loans and we maintain them. We coordinate your budget process, and we do our budget monitoring through your quarterly variance reports. We also do your year-end and financial statements and fill out any of the financial government reports as required, and work with the municipal auditors to create systems of internal control and things like that, so that you're in a financially managed position using the 5-year financial strategy. Okay. Some of the revenue that you'll see in the financial services section is, of course, accessible property and taxable property, the grants from provincial governments that we get in lieu of taxes, interest from bank investments and overdue taxes, revenue from tax certificates and third-party tax information. On the general expenditure side, there's our personnel, wages and benefits, office and equipment expenses, tax rebates and exemptions, general insurance costs, allowance for uncollectible taxes, IT shared services. A new shared service, the procurement shared service, will be falling under the finance department. The waste site tipping fees and site monitoring, debt servicing, and the multi-purpose facility budgets. Like administration, we have a few little interesting items that is like a catch-all in our department. So we have the mandatory expenditures, which are your assessment services through PVSC, regional library, and the education payments to the regional education center. Reserve transfers through finance are depreciation and infrastructure, interest on reserve, site monitoring, and the LCLC reserve. So the financial summary for finance starts on page 17 of your budget package. Our net expenditures are increasing from $17.47 million to $17.89 million. We will detail that in a minute. Just note that the LCLC multi-purpose facility budget has not been released and is estimated at this time. So revenues are expected to increase about 4.45% or $1.6 million. A significant portion of that is a taxable property increase of $1.7 million. There's a decrease that offsets that essentially through bank deposit interest and because of market interest rates and expected capital infrastructure expenditures. We know we're going to be spending this money, so we won't be earning interest on it. Under our general noteworthy changes, our net estimated increase is just over 1.08%, includes wages and benefits, like everyone else has talked about, the CPI, the new regional procurement shared service that we're going to be doing with other units in the MGSB. In addition is the tax bill customer portal. So the cost in the operating fund should be about $16,000 a year for that, and that will be for the property owners to view their tax bills and their transactions. So we are working on that right now. It hasn't, it's just kind of in the testing stage. The IT shared service runs through the MGSB budget. We have waste site and tipping fees. We also have looked at removing some tipping fees from brush disposal. We'll talk about that in a minute. Increases for postage. The MGA does require us to mail all property tax bills through Canada Post, so we had to increase that by $22,000. We are looking at a new contract that for an RFP for general insurance, which will be coming to council soon, that we worked on in collaboration with the other units and the MGSB. So we're expecting that our general insurance should go down somewhat. So we've decreased our budgets by $63,000. As well, Safe Restart was a fund that the provincial government gave to all municipal units coming out of COVID so that we could reopen safely. The municipality received some significant funds, and we had to spend them through our operating expenditures, and so we've just finished that off. So that's an in and out because we had to put it in reserves and then spend it, so that's what that is. Our mandatory contributions, I talked about this earlier on, but between education and assessment services, they're going up 8.39% of $968,700. Transfers to reserves, so there's mandatory and optional. Mandatory are the ones that we do have to do, whether it's provincially legislated or through accounting directions through Public Sector Accounting Board. So we have interest on some specific reserves like a waste closure reserve and CCBF. The expired tax sale surplus funds, those are surpluses that would be sitting in our accounts that we have to hold on to for 20 years. So when we have a tax sale, if we receive funds over what is owing on the tax account, we put that in surplus, and the homeowners can apply for that surplus through the provincial court system. So once 20 years has elapsed and those funds get brought into our operating fund as revenue, and we have to transfer them back out into a capital reserve. We also look after any monies collected for open space from development agreements. We transfer those into an open space capital reserve as well. That's also legislated by the MGA. So some of the optional reserves that we have are depreciation and future capital. So we don't budget for asset replacement cost. We budget for depreciation, which is about 1.7 million, and some funds out of revenue to go to future capital, so that number's at 2.5 million. And we also have set up an LCLC capital reserve where $165,000 a year goes through to the LCLC reserve for if they have any big capital expenditures, and we have some reserve monies that we can use to offset that and not take it out of the general tax rate. So our net transfer to reserves is 2.8 million. Some of the ways that financial services align with council strategic plans include communication engagement. Our new tax bill portal will be a new tool that we'll have in our toolbox for communication through to our customers who want to get their bills that way. We use the back of our tax bills to communicate programs and services. We use social media to communicate rebates, tax sales, tax billing dates, things like that. That's through our communications director who works on the social media side for us. We ensure rebate applications are circulated to local community support organizations so that people are aware of that, that important item that they can have. As well, in our infrastructure upgrades, expansion, and management, our 5-year financial strategy is used to determine the financial viability of future operating and capital needs. Under quality of life, affordability, and social inclusion, the proposed increases to the property tax rebate and income thresholds are included in this draft budget. Council will be discussing later on, I think today, a one-time rebate for all homeowners based on deed transfer tax collections, which is not included in this draft. And there's a proposed removal of tipping fees from brush disposal. And we've moved on to the last slide. So next steps, this draft budget includes many projects and initiatives that support Council's strategic plan. The budget is not yet balanced. Staff have presented some options to Council for consideration. Council may also direct staff to make further revisions. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. We will open it up for questions and clarification on any part of this. I don't see anyone here for public input at this point. I expect as we go through the process, we will have people show up, but for this morning, we don't have anyone, so it is open for the council members to ask questions, seek clarification on any aspect of the budget. So, Councillor Moore.
Thank you. So the bottom line here is that we have to find $238,000 to cut out of the budget, so that we don't have a deficit. Is that the bottom line here? 240.
Through the chair, yes, at this
Yes.
point, yes.
So if we were to send this back to staff and say, cut each of your budgets by a certain percentage, what would that percentage have to be in order, because there's nothing worse than sitting here picking and choosing this project, that project, that project, that project over another one to make up the $238,000. What would happen if we ask staff to go back, cut their budget by a certain percentage to cover this $238,000?
If I may, through the chair, that is certainly one option for council, that you can just ask us all to take a percentage owed of whatever that might be to equal that. Now, however, there are a lot of optional things in this budget for you to consider, and each slide had some of those things on the additions sections that perhaps it might be easier if council was interested in doing it that way. Now, staff can come back and make recommendations for sure.
Maybe we could look at both.
I'd also just add, looking for an across-the-board reduction department by department is not going to produce a result that you're going to be pleased with, partly because you're a municipal government, and so you unfortunately are at the bottom tail of the government processes. And so your mandatory policing costs, for example, make up a significant chunk of your protective services budget. So if we go and look for X percentage reduction across each section of the budget, well, you cannot reduce your RCMP costs, which means you're going to be looking at something like your senior safety coordinator. So what we have before you is as much information as we can on where you have discretionary spending. We would like some question and discussions today to help inform where we might look, but we don't expect you to have all of the answers. If you'll recall the very beginning of the presentation, we have 2 introductions to the operating budget this week. You will see it again on around the 11th, and then you will see it again on the 1st. So at this point, we're looking for where does council have interest? Where do you want more options? Where's the discussion? And that will help inform what we bring back to you for the second cut. And our hope is that by March 11th, we will bring you back a balanced budget, and you can see what we have pulled out and not, and then you can have further debate and deliberations. But you have 3 opportunities before we get to the fine-tuning at the end.
Councillor Oikel and then Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. I have a few things, if I may. Under the drought response, you had said that you figure you'll be using 421,000, but yet you budgeted 521. So why don't we just put it at the 421 instead of the 500? And that would be, because that's all we think we're going to be using. I'm also wondering, it wouldn't be anything we could do about it this year, but the municipal, looking into possibility of having a joint municipal police force with the town of Bridgewater rather than having the services of the RCMP. And I believe we have 2 years left in our present contract, and so we would need time to look at that, to discuss it, and to be able to investigate the cost of what that might be. Also, I was wondering about how much is the town of Lunenburg and the town of Mahone Bay giving to their both things that were being requested. Like from the town of Lunenburg, they're asking an extra 500 for the community center, I believe it is, 5,000. So how much is the town of Lunenburg giving? The town of Mahone Bay, how much are they giving to the Mahone Bay Community Center? I know both of these are used by our residents, but I also feel that the towns that they are in should also be helping out with the costs of that. And I'd just be interested to know how much they're giving more.
Okay, just,
Yeah, so that was it.
okay, just, we're going to go through those one by one. You want to respond to the drought response?
Yes, certainly, Mayor McLean-Weil. So the thing about the drought response, it's funded from reserves, so it's in and out. So it's not going to make any difference to your bottom line. So anything that is fully funded from reserves in your budget will make no difference to your bottom line. So what we did do is we did show you some optional transfers versus some mandatory transfers. So transfers from general revenue could affect your bottom line. So one of the things, though, when you look at, and when I looked at this, and I looked at like the 5-year financial strategy table, where it shows you've got a deficit for 5 years, it kind of means that you have to look at things that are going to last 5 years. So a one-time project, unless we're going to keep carrying it forward, would have an effect, but only to that, at that extent. So that's just part of the things that I think about when I'm doing it. But for sure, any of the reserve transfers that are fully funded would have a zero effect on that deficit.
Specifically
Okay.
to the reserve transfer question, the $421,000 is the net transfer. So 521 is the maximum transfer to the well financing, but then we have a $100,000 transfer going the other way from general revenues into reserves for the regional fire training facility. So that's why it looks like there's two different numbers, but it is up to 521,000. We just don't know how many homes will actually enter through. We have a wait list, and we don't expect all of them will be program participants, but we don't know what that number is yet.
On the policing issue, I'll make a comment, then Tom can comment. This issue's been raised by Councillor Bell for us through a request for an agenda item, and he and I spoke this morning that we will target the later part of the spring to put this on an agenda so that we can, if this is the wish of council to consider this, we will do that, but it won't show up for a few more months. Yep. CA,
Thank you.
Tom.
So just on that, so we're not actually a party to the provincial police agreement. That's between the federal government and the provincial government. So that could be renewed or extended without input from us. And any change in our policing requires the consent of the Minister of Justice. So if we were to explore it, it would not be a quick change. So there certainly wouldn't be any immediate impact on our RCMP costs, and it may not come into effect for 1 or more years. So as the mayor's indicated, the first step is to look and consider it, and then if it's decided to move forward, that would be a fairly long-term process.
And then the question on the town of Lunenburg and Mahone Bay in terms of their input.
I can just speak briefly to it. So the town of Lunenburg would be the owners of the arena and the community center. So they would be, I haven't received their letter, but they fund the majority of the operating costs, and they probably seek other funding opportunities. Just to give a little bit of history, the municipality used to give to the town of Bridgewater funding because they owned an arena, and we gave to the town of Lunenburg because they too owned an arena. And that made sense because we didn't own an arena. The town of Bridgewater, of course, closed their arena because that was the joint ownership of the Lunenburg County Lifestyle Center. So we have seen substantial cost in funding an arena in a multi-purpose facility, which includes community pieces in the Lunenburg County Lifestyle Center. The council has in the past made the decision to continue to fund the Lunenburg as well because residents from the municipality use the town facilities. Of course, that could be said reciprocal as well. So that's just to give a little bit about a background of that. And then the town of Mahone, not the town of Mahone Bay, sorry, the Mahone Bay Community Center, I believe in the past came and asked to be a line item as opposed to applying for the annual operating or major recreation capital grant, and I believe that was direction that was provided. Since I come back, there was a $10,000 line item in the budget, in the recreation budget, to help support those operating costs, because they don't have a rec department, but it is primarily their major recreation facility, which is managed and by a nonprofit group. I do believe the facility is owned by the town. It's not, okay. The field is, that they help. I can find out. I believe the town does give them funding, but I'll find out and bring that back.
Okay, Councillor DeLong.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my question is more about the procedure for how council can comment on this budget presentation. I'm really glad that we have the full slate of everything in front of us now, but I'm wondering if on Thursday it would make more sense for us to just kind of break into the budget and go line by line, so that if there are any specific questions we can ask at the time, or do we want to do it the same way again on Thursday and just reserve our questions till the end?
I think if you have questions now for clarification, you should ask them, and we'll come back for further discussion on Thursday. We'll just see how much is fleshed out now, and yeah. But I think right now we need to have the questions tabled.
No, absolutely. I'm just wondering if on Thursday we can break into it in a little finer detail and ask questions as they come up. I feel like any questions I have, I'm going to be asking to like put slides up, go back here, go forward there, talk to this department about this and that. I'm wondering if we can just break it out a little differently on Thursday, and also if council could please receive the presentation slides before Thursday so that we can look over those as well.
So I'm seeing nods from staff, so we will do that, but I think it's important that if there are general questions, we get those tabled, because there may be important information they can bring back for that as we go through it. So
completely agree.
We'll make sure you get the slides, and we'll go through it in more detail. But if there are big items that you really want to be digging into, we need to know that sooner than later, okay? So Councillor Vino. Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I'll try to adjust my questions so that it's not specifically on taking something out, but about it. The land conservation strategy, I wrote down that it had a cost of $60,000. What is that for?
Yeah, the land conservation is $50,000. The MODL 2040 was the 60 number. But the $50,000 for the land conservation is to look at, to identify environmentally sensitive areas throughout the municipality, to basically develop a strategy on, where are the lands that are most valuable to be protected, and then come up with a strategy
With that.
Yeah.
So that's hiring a consultation, and if so, why can't that be done in-house?
Yeah, so that is that would be outsource. We could do portions of that in-house. So we could look at maybe, I'd have to look to see what portions of that, and like how much that would reduce the number.
Okay.
A lot of it would be engagement, so going out to the community and asking them for input on that, which we could probably do that part in-house.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that. I mean, we're about to adopt the land conservation policy here today that was done by staff, and I think that's a line item that could possibly be dealt with in-house. And then may I ask a second supplementary? To hire a consultant to complete a housing strategy at $100,000, what is that, and what does that entail, and why are we doing it?
Yeah, that's, so you had a presentation, council had a presentation from economic development earlier this year about doing a housing strategy. And that one is one that we're unable to do in-house until probably February of next year, just because planning staff are busy with the MODL 2040. So unfortunately, we'd have to outsource that. But that's looking at, an overall strategy to, I don't know if I'm got it off the top of my head. I don't know, Dave, if you want to.
Yeah, I can happy to chime in a little bit. I mean, it's really, the housing study will give you an understanding of what the housing complexity is in the District of Lunenburg. It'll answer some of the questions as to what type of housing do we feel is needed in the district. It'll look at the affordability of the housing in the district. We pose a number of elements for discussion with council on, do we provide land? Do we go and source land and then work at contractors? Do we provide grants per door for housing? Do we determine that it's not an element of the municipality and it's left with that? It's really looking at we probably should have done a housing strategy 2 or 3 years ago. The housing issue kind of bombarded everybody at the same time, and everybody worked on how can we solve it. We're kind of saying we need to take a more relaxed look and look at what the issue is and what is our role in the issue and where we play and how that affects. We still are working on some projects right now, but it's really meant to look at that global perspective. I agree. We've looked at other municipal units in the province. There's about 4 of them that I believe are either underway or have been completed. 3 of them have done it external. 1 has actually done it internal. You could probably do it internal. It's really just very, very time consuming from a staff perspective. So it's no different than your budget that, okay, $100,000 for doing that. What are we going to give up in order to do that? If you decided to do an internal, you can't do 2040 and do it at the same time. I'm sure Jeff has staff expertise that could do most of the work. They just don't have the capacity to do it, nor does economic development. We are planning to work alongside of planning on this, but to do it as a task on our own would mean that 60% of what we do, we just couldn't simply do. I hope that helps.
Yeah, it does. And before we would take that on, if that is the wish of council, I hope we'd look at what the province is already doing, where they're doing so much with housing now, instead of repeating what they're doing. So I'm a little cautious on that spend.
Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. Wondering if we could get a breakdown of the 2 million on the hub. That's a huge amount there that stands out. Just
Sure,
just
before. So that's funded from reserve, so cutting that doesn't help your bottom line. But we can provide the update.
It's all from reserve?
It's all from reserve.
Don't forget it then.
But it's a
You can
one-
still, we can still break it.
I would like to see, I
So,
mean, I was
yeah, I'm not-
questioning for
Right.
helping with the budget.
Yeah, so not trying to dissuade you from breaking it down, but.
I would like it broke
if-
down.
If you're trying to get that 238,000.
That's not going to help.
Anything
It's
funded
all
from reserve doesn't.
Okay. So then the 90,000 for the communications FTE, could we look at removing that from the budget?
What was it?
There was a 90,000, I believe it was said that it was going to be included in the budget for the communications and maybe revisit again in a year. I don't know. I mean, that's not a lot, but.
Yep. That's it's structured as an addition so that you can clearly see the impact of it. And it's a very simple matter. If that's the direction council wants to take, we just pull it out and we revisit it again 6 months to a year.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Smith.
I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask about revenue from criminal record checks. Do you want me to hold that until later in the agenda?
It will be addressed when we discuss that fee.
Okay.
It will be, for
Okay.
sure.
The other question I have is for the planning department about the clean energy financing. And just to confirm, this does come out of reserves, that money, so it doesn't affect our bottom line. The 41 applications that are in progress now, do you have like an estimate of what it would take to fund all those applications? And are we underfunding the program so that there's actually no room for new applications going forward if we're putting 500,000 from reserves into this program?
Yes, just give me 1 second. I had a table here. Just let me find it. Yeah, so as of the end of January, as I mentioned, we had 41 homeowners currently going through the process. And now we don't, just like the well financing program, like we will see people enter the program and then we see people drop off at various stages. So we don't expect the full 41 to go through complete the program. And it does take like 6 to 7 months, sometimes longer, for homeowners to go through the process. But right now at those 41, it would be $758,395 would be the eligible maximum financing if all 41 wanted to go through that clean energy financing program. Now with those 41, some of those will be in this year's, so some of them will be out of by March 31st. Not all 41 will be in there, so there will be at 500,000. There will be a reset of the pot, and anyone that hasn't completed the program, they would go into the next fiscal year.
Yeah, I guess a supplementary question on that is, with this amount of funding, would we promote the program or would we do any of those things? We received a presentation back in, well, it was one of our first council meetings about the summer student research that had been done. So I'd love to follow up on some of those suggestions or options around improvement of the program. Is any of that included in the funding for your department? Would we be able to improve the program, or are we kind of just letting it idle at that level of funding?
Yeah, as far as like there's things like if staff are working on improving, like updating policies, that type of thing, like that would be included in our baseline budget. So we don't need an additional funds for that. But what would be needed would be the funds to actually give out to the homeowners that are going through that program. Yeah, so at 758,000, if all 41 went through in maximum financing, you wouldn't have enough. What we've done for the last few years, so we used to run the program where we had this maximum amount. So we had $100,000 in once. And at the time, once we had 10 people signed up, we reserved that $10,000. But what we've seen is more than half of the people that sign up for various reasons don't complete the entire program. So when people sign up now, we're not limiting it to the budget amount, and we monitor that on a monthly basis. So it would be possible to get in a situation where we'd have to come back and say, hey, we now have more people signed up for the program than what we have funds for. And if we got in that situation, we'd have to come back to council and ask for direction on how we proceed, whether that's transferring more funds or waiting until the next fiscal year to fund those.
Yeah, just a comment from me on that program. I think it's one of the ways that we can make life more affordable for people and address climate change. So it's, it's like, to me, it's in the same category as affordable transportation. It's in the same category of our drought response. And I would like to see it funded in a robust way because the money just comes back to us. And we help our residents improve their quality of life. There's numerous health benefits. We're seeing extreme heat as well, and those the clean energy financing can also help people improve resilience to heat. So I would like to see that part of planning to be well supported, and for there not to be like a hard cap on that at around 500,000.
Councillor Oikel.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if it would be helpful for us, I know it will be helpful for me, to have a separate slide in which all the things that are from reserves or that we are not going to affect our bottom line removed, and only have the things that we need to consider to balance the budget. And I just have a quick question, and I think I know the answer to this, but I'm still going to ask, and I'm not saying we should do this, please. I am not saying we should do this. But can we borrow for operating projects?
Through to the chair, no, you cannot borrow money for operating projects.
Which I knew the answer, but I just wanted it to be out there. Okay, thank you.
However, that being said, things like PACE programs and other municipal units did use like a municipal green funds and had a loan so they could offset those costs with like an actual loan from another organization. Because right now, the $500,000 a year is in forever, like it's 20 years out in your reserves, because you're tying up that municipal taxpayer money for those specific people. And until they pay it back, either through, their loan payments or the house sells or those kinds of things, like that money isn't available for other uses in the municipality. So, that is something you do have to consider when you're looking at these programs.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. With all due respect to the housing strategy, I think it was 90, was it 90,000 or 100? It was 90?
It's 90.
90,000 for consultants. I'm not quite sure with all the information that we already do have, if we need to hire a consultant to tell us what we need for housing. I can tell you exactly what we need for housing, and that's affordable and low income. And for us to hire $90,000 for a consultant, when each of us know in this room what our districts would need for housing. And, we see it right here. We see what's going on. We see the one across the road that's going to be $1,800 to $2,000. Most people cannot afford that. Seniors cannot afford that if they're just on their old age pension. At Stonemont, I was in Stonemont last week. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. The lady that I went to see pays $5,000 a month. That's everything. Yeah, that's everything. But people can't, most people can't afford that. I could tell you exactly what my district would need. My district would need more of the Riverside apartments that are funded by the provincial government. And I don't know if somehow, if we own land, that we could donate the land, we could do something and partner with them. They take 30% of your income and for your rent and everything else that's left. We need more of that. We need more just duplexes, just ordinary duplexes like they have in Turner Heights. I think it's, or quads, but they're all on one level and very sufficient. Those are the housings that we need. We don't need the big high-rise stuff in most of our districts. We just need something that's affordable.
Okay, I'm going to take two more councillors, and then we're going to have lunch, and then we're going to come back and take more questions, okay? Because I feel like it's time for lunch. We need a break. So,
make sense.
Counselor Vino and then Counselor Bell. Okay. Alex, our deputy CAO, is saying that he's going for training this afternoon. So if you have questions related to his department and protective services, then you should raise those before lunch. And so I have Counselor Vino and Counselor Bell on the agenda, Counselor Reinhardt, and Counselor DeLong. Anybody else? Those four, and then we will come back. So over lunch, you'll have time to think about this and direct questions. And as you know, we're going to be back at this on Thursday, so. Counselor Bell.
I think it's me.
I'm sorry. Deputy Mayor Vino first, and then Bell.
Thank you. And just to follow up to Councillor Moore's point on the housing strategy, and I brought up about it being in-house, but truth is, back in October 2023, the province released their 5-year housing strategy. And they said that we needed, over the next 10 years, 80,000 units. And part of the report was to report back to all 49 municipalities on the housing status in the area. But we all know we need housing. By doing this report, I don't think it's going to tell us anything that we don't already know. And what Councillor Brooks brings up quite a bit is what do we do with it then? How do we measure that? We already know going into it. So my suggestion is that this is an item that gets dropped based on that information.
Sorry, Dave.
Counselor Bell.
And mine was a continuation on the deputy mayor's. We weren't doing this project just for the fun of it, and we already do know the answer, but I understood that this was a requirement by the province because we got left off of their list in doing some of the recent approved projects, one being across the street. Where it's only being developed a third of what the original 150 units were. So until we could come back to the province and provide them with a consultant's report, which apparently had more weight than what we could put together ourselves, then they weren't interested in talking to us about public housing. If I'm wrong, tell me. If I'm right, then just say, yeah, that's why we're doing it.
Mr. Merrill, do you want to respond?
Yes, so those are different projects. So the one that you're speaking to is the housing market research or the survey. So that's currently, staff have issued an RFP, and we're currently in the process of reviewing the proposals. So that will be coming to council shortly, but that one is we partnered with, we're doing that on a regional basis. We partnered with our neighboring units to do that strategy. So that one is the one when CMHC goes to fund a project, they're currently using the small market pool data, which those rents are much lower than what our actual rents, or that's what the belief is. So when they say give funding for affordable housing, they said you got to be 30% lower, but they're 30% lower, a number that's already too low in our area. So we're trying to get the data. So here, show them, here's the actual market rent data, and then apply 30% to that. So then the developers that want to do affordable housing projects can actually get those funded in a timely fashion. So the housing strategy is a separate project.
Councillor Reinhardt.
Okay, thank you. I have 3 questions, but I don't have to ask them all at once, but they're for the person who's leaving, so.
Then you do have to ask them all at once.
These are some small things, but the 13,000 for basically figuring out if Municipal Matters is doing well or not, that seems like a high number, so maybe we could figure out something else with that. I don't know if we could include something in municipal matters that could provide some feedback, because we're already paying to send that out. And the other item there was, the app. I'm not exactly sure what the app would be, so maybe you could explain that a little more. Is it more than just the website, or? Okay. The other one is more a comment, I guess, on the protective services and the just a concern about under budgeting, what our payment to the RCMP might be, and when we might know that figure for sure, so we could budget for it. Thanks.
Those are excellent questions, and you've pointed out that I was relying on information from a staff report in January, I believe, which specifically addressed communications, and I believe you may have actually missed that meeting. But your question is excellent, because plenty of residents that we hope are engaging and going to watch the audio and video later will also not have that information. So in terms of the $13,000 to investigate the effectiveness and how the public receives municipal matters, you're right, that's in terms of your overall budget, $13,000 is not going to make or break your $40+ million budget, but it is a specific expenditure in response to comments and questions that council members had. So the issue is, we can do public engagement, we can do surveys. Municipal Matters goes out to most households in the municipality, if not all, based on that weird addressing issue. But then the folks that respond to those surveys it's a self-selection bias, as they say in the research. So using a polling firm helps you get a representative sample, so you know that the feedback on that survey represents the views of your broader public. But you pay $13,000 for that, as opposed to if you just put an ad in Municipal Matters that says, fill out the survey here, you will get less responses and they will be less broadly representative, but you will get feedback. It'll just be from a specific segment of your population. We highlighted it in the budget so that you can make that choice. How important is the quality of that data to you? And if it's important, then go to the gold standard. If it's not that important, if you just want to do the sort of most cost-effective method, even though it will compromise the data, you can do that. And we can also try a middle approach where we have different tactics, for example, where we have participation draws, or we have summer rec students at events who have the questionnaire there, and they get people who normally wouldn't have taken the time to fill it out on their computer. So we can find other ways to improve the quality of the data, but it won't get us to the gold standard of a representative sample. On the app development, there was a lot of discussion about creating a municipal app. So it would rely a lot on the information that's on the website, but it improves the individual's ability to access that information, and they can get banners and notifications on their mobile devices. And it's also a way for residents to opt into receiving additional information on a specific topic. So you can sign up, for example, to a newsletter related to cluster development through our Engage website. If you were on, if you had downloaded an app that we have proposed to develop, then you'll get push notifications about that, and you can look up more information. But the level of app that we're talking about is, just to be clear, it's not about being able to provide service through the app. Like, you wouldn't be able to get a building permit through the app or pay your taxes through the app, because that requires a lot more software work to have it integrate with the rest of your systems. So this is sort of a basic model for the development, $15,000, and then licensing fees annually $6,000. And then on protective services, under budgeting, I will take some ownership for that. Normally I try and put 5%, but because we don't have the Q4 information in, I budgeted from budget to budget. And our director of finance was good enough to notice, hey, that's the actuals are actually showing that we probably are under budget there. It's a frustrating position to be in. The Department of Justice, Elena, it's tried twice or 3 times to get information. So direct efforts to contact, even for some kind of estimate, we've yet to get even an acknowledgement of our request for information. So I could not tell you when we will get better information. I'm very sorry about that. It's not a situation that I'd like for you to be in. It is one of the drawbacks of having your budget approval process earlier in the year, is you do end up with a couple of gaps. For example, this year your LCLC budget and your RCMP data aren't in, and so you're working off your best information at the time. But then the benefit is you have your budget prepared at the beginning of the fiscal year, so you know exactly what you're operating on even in that first quarter.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. Okay, I've got a few questions. Is it okay if I just go through them one by one? Lyme disease communications, was that under your department? Okay. If we're going to be removing that extra advertisement, would it make sense for us to send a letter to public health saying this is the service that we used to provide, and are you going to be filling that gap?
We certainly could do that.
Would that require a motion from council, or would it be something that staff would provide a recommendation on?
We could absolutely undertake to communicate to them that we had been funding this advertising campaign and we won't be doing it, although we will continue to promote their material, and we have material in the hopper. We're just not going to devote extra staff resources to it, and we're not going to invest in the budget. That's the proposal again.
Okay.
It's not, it's up for council to decide whether or not you want to proceed with that.
The presentation that we received on gender-based violence and applying a gender-based analysis plus lens from Be the Peace, are there any operational costs to that? Where would they come from, and do they need to be incorporated into this budget?
Excellent question. So internally, we have assigned myself and our IDEA lead, Ella Gindi, to have a look at that presentation and bring back some information. There was a lot to digest in it. There absolutely could be costs. We have a couple of things in our favor. The first being we have a regional inclusion group set up. So we would most likely be looking to that group to give us some information. And also, if we were going to undertake some of the advocacy work identified there, a regional voice is always stronger. So we'd be looking on that front. Another whole set of issues in there are related to policing, and I've expressed to council in the past my perspective is that we have a very limited ability to influence policing practices and governance despite the existence of a police advisory board. So we can certainly make some of that information available through the police advisory board, but I don't actually see that having an operational budget impact on us, nor do I actually frankly see it being all that effective. And then the third area that we will likely be looking into is the presenters did an excellent job of identifying how while their perspective is driven from gender-based violence issue, they understand that it's there's needs for improvements to broad services around affordability and inclusion. And so things like your public transit and efforts around affordable housing are going to be critical in that front. And so we want to have a look at some of that. So we expect that some of this is already incorporated in your budget. But as of today, we have $0 specifically earmarked with the name gender-based violence next to them.
If I could just add, we do anticipate that a part of councillors' training budget will be used this spring for some bystander intervention training, and I've asked Jem to get quotes on what that would cost for a facilitated in-person session. So that's something that we are working on that would already be included as part of the counselor training budget.
That's great, thank you. Can I ask another question for Alex's department? Thank you. So on page 4 of the agenda package, recreation, culture, and tourism, is this subsection under your department, Alex, or is this under rec?
I believe mine starts on page 5,
Okay, great.
legislative and admin.
In that case, I'm going to hold that question for now. Dry hydrants, are they under your department for fire services?
Dry hydrants are not municipal infrastructure. Fire departments have those. Our local climate change action plan does identify that we would like to look into that, as they could be really important pieces of community assets in terms of resiliency in the face of wildfires. So your fire services coordinator, Chris Kennedy, and I have had some discussions about having some policy discussions at FESC, where we would likely be creating a grant. I know that the planning department has done some investigation of costs, so we have some potential figures for what a budget might be, but I don't anticipate that we will need the full cost of a grant program in this fiscal year, but we may have some, depending on how those discussions go. And I guess I'll look to Jeff how you want to answer.
Well, and I can hold this question till after lunch, because I know that we're all keen on getting out of here, because if it's for the planning department, I don't mind.
So it's just, it crosses departments, and Chris and I would be responsible for working with FESC on what the policy would look like. We believe that the most appropriate avenue, if council wants to tackle this, would be through a grant, because it's not our asset. It would be fire departments who identify where they feel they have gaps and where they want to put a dry hydrant, and they would be the leaders of the project. That most appropriately fits council acting as a facilitator rather than us being a doer. So we should not be planning where those assets should go. We shouldn't be involved in the permitting or the construction.
I guess my question is, I don't see any dollar figure attached to this in this budget. There was a request from a fire chief in my area that I brought up in session a few weeks ago, that instead of it being in the 2025 through 2027 plan, that we bump it up to this budget year. So I guess I'll ask planning that. Is there anything that we want to look at in this year for that?
Yeah, and so originally had it in the capital budget, but because we won't be owning it, it's not actually a capital item. So this is one where, yeah, just missed, because it got bumped out of the capital. The operating was already submitted, so we didn't have that on there. But if we were looking at a program, we would have, we suggested $30,000. When staff looked at the costs for a new one, they range between $3,000 to $5,000, and repairs anywhere from $5,000 to $2,000 per dry hydrant. At this point, we don't know how many additional dry hydrants or how many are in disrepair that need funds. So we had a $30,000 estimate for that. But until we went out, like what Alex was talking about, is ask the fire departments to put that on when they make their applications. Like, we don't know exactly if 30,000 is enough, or maybe it's too much. But right now, we don't have any funds for a funding program for a dry hydrant program. So,
and there is also the policy discussion on on the financial side for council to have. As we noted in the budget, I believe we're over 5 million in fire tax funds that we collect on behalf of fire departments and provide to them. And we're over 400,000 in direct funding from the municipal general rate that goes towards the fire service. So adding grants increases that amount that's coming from your general funds going towards fire service on top of those fire tax rates. So there is a broader question anytime you're adding those funds to think about to what extent do you want those contributions happening and how much do you want for transparency and accountability purposes, those funds coming from the fire tax rate.
I think there is another aspect to that, and maybe I missed it when you were saying, but the plan for dry hydrants, it almost shouldn't be just assigned to each individual fire department, as opposed to looking at if there's a mutual aid, where are the better placements of these? So to me, there's a whole policy piece around, it should go back to the committee to say, let's look at this as a district to say where are the best places that can serve multiple units and get the best value for it. So I think there is a policy piece here that should be considered, and we may want to work it through that, but we can have that in the discussion to come, but.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's our next touch point with this then? If we're bumping it out of the capital budget, we're not inputting it into the operation, when does it come back to council as a policy discussion?
The policy discussion would happen with the Fire and Emergency Services Committee. If council was concerned that there wouldn't be money available in this fiscal year, then we would have to look at increasing the general operating deficit to fund that.
Can we leave it with you to think more about it?
Sure.
Okay.
See you on Thursday.
Councillor Hubley.
Thanks. This is just a quick one, and I believe it's for Alex. In the personnel line of 1.5, can we break out travel and conferences? So I could see the actual cost of travel and conferences versus salaries and benefits. And just.
I can get that information for councillors.
Is that council and staff included in that line?
I believe the line you're referencing is for the administration department, and then legislative services as a separate one, which has council's travel and expenses. Yep.
Yeah, I would just like to see the breakdown of travel and conference expenses.
Sure.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, my list is, for the moment, is empty. Not to say that we won't come back and ask again, but let's have lunch. We'd take an hour. Okay, we will resume our afternoon session of municipal council, and I will check in again on budget questions that people may have. That we didn't cover. Councillor Moore, did you have something, or do you need time to think?
I have some notes here. Municipal matters. I have to bring my screenshot, my slides again from Elena, but the cost of the municipal matters for 4 times a year. Do you think 4 times is too many with all the social media that we're doing and everything and looking at a new app? Do you think 4 times a month, 4 times a month, 4 times a year is too many to send out the municipal matters? Because I think a lot of times it's repeated stuff that's in it. It's information, of course, but it's information that people are getting off the website now. And I know it's nice to have that hard copy, but I'm just wondering if 4 times a year is too much.
Less than 4 times a year would be challenging to really promote timely events. So often
Okay.
council makes the decision about public engagement, and sometimes it's even in too short of a timeline to catch one of the 4 issues. So it would make it less timely, longer decision times from when. So for instance, the next issue, we'll talk about the budget. You won't pass the budget in time for the very next issue.
Right.
So it's actually going to be almost 3 months after you pass the budget when we talk about the budget in municipal
Right.
matters. So that would make that gap even longer.
Yeah.
So it would really be even less timely information if you went less than 3 times, or less than 4 times a year.
Yeah.
And again, council talked earlier about doing a survey. I have got a draft survey in the next issue that's 2 pages that people can fill out or fill out online and enter to win a gift certificate to the Best Western if they fill it out. And then that $13,000 was sort of, if you don't feel like that was enough for that survey, then we would go to a pollster to have that done. But there is plans to have it in the next issue to see, and then it's going to ask questions like, do you value municipal matters? Do you read it all? What parts do you read? I don't have a question about frequency, but I could add that. We still have time.
Okay. And 2 more, if I may. One is, I know we're trying to cut money out of the budget, but if a person was interested in water filling stations, I know that it was brought up last term. And when we have droughts, that people can go in their own areas to fill up water. Is that capital or is that operating?
It would be operating if you didn't own it.
Okay.
So if it was an owned piece of municipal infrastructure, it would be capital. If it wasn't an owned piece of municipal infrastructure, it would be operating.
Okay. I just want to keep that all in the back of your minds if you don't mind, okay? And there was one more thing. I just had a senior moment. Is the money that we are planning on putting in reserves, do we need to put that much in reserves? Will that cut down at $238,000 if we don't put so much in reserves?
Through to the chair, yes, that is a possibility.
Right.
However, it would affect your long-term financial plan, which we will be looking at when we present the capital budget next week. Certainly, you do have some big capital projects that we can get funding for, but some of them would have to be funded through our own reserves, and that, though, it does reduce them. So, no, there's room, for
Okay.
sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Brooks.
I have a couple of items here. Can we bring up the slide regarding shelter grants?
The next one. It's under Alex, yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't.
We'll find it.
Yes, there's a slide with the shelter grants for the creation of new comfort centers.
Is there a cost associated with that one? I thought I saw it previously and I don't see it now.
I believe it's $14,000, yes.
So I know that we give grants to churches in the community, and those grants are given to be secular so that they represent community assets. Curious, has there ever been any conversation about these churches being part of the comfort centers and how that might align?
We could put that question to Alex and get some information. So the question was whether churches have been looked at as potential shelters?
As they're
comfort
already
shelters?
receiving grants for their centers. We do. We do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in our grant policy, we do provide for churches if they have a community hall feature, not the sanctuary part, or if they have an outdoor recreation piece. So if there's a playground that we don't give to, for lack of a better word, the religious part of the church. It is if that community service role, that community hall role that they play.
Councillor Brooks.
And I guess just jumping to the other line item, which is $1,000 for EV education. Who is handling that?
Yep, that's in the planning.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what that education is, and if part of that education is educating consumers where electricity comes from in this province?
Yeah, so that $1,000, we partner with Next Ride Nova Scotia. So they come down and they do, they bring electric vehicles down and do test drives. So we do events. Our last time we did events, they were at the LCLC. So they talk about, what's it like owning an electric vehicle? What are the, how do you charge an electric vehicle? The ins and outs of electric vehicles. I don't think I answered your question. Can you repeat your question?
I think as we've revised some of our stance on electric vehicles, I'm curious if that's still the message we want to be giving to our constituents.
Yeah, well, that's up to council to decide.
Did you have other questions, Councillor Brooks, for now, or?
I did have one last.
Okay.
It's regarding the Zero Hunger. I just need a little bit more information on that. When our festival in Riverport engaged with Zero Hunger, we ended up not going with them because about $4,000 of those dollars were going to go to Dave Gunning himself, and that just didn't work with the metrics of our festival. So I'm curious if any of the money that we're giving is going to the association or if it's going to the performance of Dave Gunning.
Now, I haven't gotten their books, but the presentation that was made last year and this year, council gave $12,000. It was $12,000 going back to 12 schools. He made in his comment that only $7,000 was dispersed, but they were going to release the other 5 to the 5 schools that hadn't applied, because you're technically supposed to apply. So based on his presentation, and that's all I can base it on, is my understanding was that if we give $7,000 goes back to schools in the municipality district of Lunenburg.
Perhaps we could just get clarification on that from them.
Councillor Smith.
I have a few questions about the housing strategy. It's this department, right? Planning. So, yeah, I'm just wondering about the. I know that when I was running for election for this seat, one of the things that I had researched and actually pulled from earlier plans that I'd seen in your department was the need for a housing strategy. So it feels like this has been like a need that's been around for a while. It may have been, I may have seen it in a CMHC application, something like that, but it seems like a long-standing need that your department has identified. So I wonder if you could talk about that strategy a bit, because I'm a little worried that we are throwing it out. You know, we're talking about throwing it out because it has a big number on it. And certainly I don't feel like I have a good idea of where we're going with housing. I think that I haven't seen like any plan for policies or bylaws, or I've seen lots of ideas, but there hasn't been anything structured. I feel like we need more, a better understanding of what's going on in our district and all the tools at our disposal. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about how long the need has been around for this plan, how deep it's going to go, what it's going to cover, and maybe also how you arrived at the cost of $90,000.
Yeah. So we did put in our CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund application, we did have one of those projects. So that those projects came to council at a very high level. Not that council approved the projects, they didn't need to at that time, but so we've made 2 applications to the Housing Accelerator Fund. Both of those had the housing strategy in that document. Unfortunately, to this date, we haven't received CMHC funding. Your MODL 2040 plan will address some of the housing, but it's not, we don't have an overall plan. We don't have a strategy. So we're not focused on our action. You know, we do realize that, you know, there's things that need to be done. We need to have we're looking to have a focused plan. Dave Waters and Reed Shepherd did the joint presentation to council. It talked about, you know, things of does the municipal, so what are the things that the municipality can do? And one of those would be potentially do a grant program for developers. So if they build affordable housing, maybe it's a per door grant that's offered to them. So those are the types of things like that would be included in that strategy. Could be, you know, is there a tax benefit? Can we provide a tax benefit? So maybe we don't collect property taxes in the early days. We wait until they're up and running and they're fully, you know, fully occupied before we start ramping up, you know, some of those property taxes, like things that we could do that would help support more affordable housing to be built. Yeah, looking at, you know, if it's affordable housing, what do we charge them for building permit fees? You know, should we be looking at waiving fees? So like a building next door here, the Stone Mount, I think the fees were $11,500. So it's something, and now I'm not saying that they have affordable housing, but another project of a similar scale, you know, we could be talking, you know, tens of thousands of dollars. So is waiving the fees something that we could be doing? So it'd be, the strategy would bring all those pieces together and say, like, here's the path forward, and get us focused on what we should be doing.
Mr. Waters.
Yeah, just to comment a little bit. We have to understand what the end goal is with the housing strategy. Because the end goal of the housing strategy is not to tell us that we have an issue with housing. We all know that. The end goal of the housing strategy is to identify what a municipal unit can do to affect and increase housing units in the district and what they look like and what our piece of the puzzle is. It also tells us who we work with. We've had multiple discussions with multiple different people. Does this council want us to focus on not-for-profit housing units? Do they want to focus on private sector units? Where do they want units to go? I've spoke a few times on the fact that we have very, very limited land that we own. What do we want to use it for? We have projects. I have projects ready to go, but I'd feel more comfortable if I had direction from council and a strategy that says, Jeff, Dave, Reed, these are the kind of projects that we'd like you to search out and bring forward. I can bring you projects. I got lots of them. But I'd rather we be, this is a fairly significant item. Housing is very, very important. What's our role and how do we play in it? And what are the things that we can do? Our desire was to do a housing strategy that would give us that overarching and understanding of what council wants to do. Do they want to do grants? Do they want to provide free land? Do they want us to work for not-for-profits? Do they want us to isolate this land? How can we do projects in New Germany or other projects? The reality that has been crystal clear in the work that I've done so far is, one, we absolutely need housing, and two, it's incredibly expensive. Just a duplex will cost you $500,000. The mortgage on a $500,000 is $3,000 a month. It's not affordable. What can we do as a municipal unit to bring the affordability of housing down? I'm not a housing expert. I'll be the first one to say that. We've dipped our toes in over the last couple of years. I'd rather us be more strategic and better understand the environment and the role that we play in it. The role in a housing strategy might come back and say, you don't have a role to play. Very well could be. I don't think so, but it could be. But I just don't think we need to be, pardon the pun, willy-nilly on something as critical as affordable housing in the District of Lunenburg. But I understand, it is a cost. The amount that we, earmarked for the housing strategy, we looked at what others did. Clare has done one, East Hants has done one, Cape Breton has done one, Halifax has done one, but they're a little bit different. And we looked at what their costs were, $70,000, $100,000, $158,000. Compared that to our municipality, the amount of work that we would do, and we came up with a number. Is it an exact number? No idea. I assure you it's probably going to be in that realm based on what we've experienced with other things. But yeah, it's something council has to decide. And if it's something that council doesn't want to do with staff, no problem. We just think there's value in doing it.
Okay, and I'll remind everybody that housing was one of our strategic priorities. It's in our strategic priorities. Councillor Burns, and then I think we need to get to the rest of our agenda. So unless there's something that is really, really burning that you need to know before Thursday, we'll come back. We're going to come back to this. There are a number of ways you can get your information over the next couple of weeks. So, Councillor Burns.
Thank you. I've got one question and then sort of one comment as a follow-up I will pre-ask for. My question really is this, and I'll frame it through you to our CAO. I know that our deputy CAO is gone and will likely answer it on Thursday, so I'd be happy to sort of receive the answer to this question on Thursday, to be quite honest. But I just know in the budget items and not in the PowerPoint, but in the materials available, we're going to see the increases in what we're spending at MJSB. I personally know that these are good things, but I think it'll be really helpful on Thursday to really articulate why increases in what would really look like FTEs at MJSB and why we're putting extra money there, both for procurement and HR, is actually a way that we're saving money within our own budget as we move forward here. Like I know with procurement, it's probably more of a time saver and more of bringing in experience through that. And I know with HR that's probably a very much a similar thing. But I'd just like to make sure that I can really well articulate that to residents, or that residents hear that on Thursday, that rather than adding FTEs in our own budget, that's actually a way we're doing it much more efficiently with units looking to do the same thing. And then my second point here, if I may, the comment is more on the communications. We talk a lot as a council about communications, and we've definitely tasked Sarah with doing a lot, and there's a lot of different things that are coming up in the budget that we can spend money on. And I'm going to sort of reconcile this in my head over the next few days before I really come down hard on anything in that. But I think we should all look at what are things that as a council, like as councillors in our roles as communicators, we would be going out and getting the information, and we would be getting that, we'd be getting answers and the information from constituents really as a role. And at what point are we then pushing that off onto consultants? And when we are using consultants, when are we using them not to generate the information that we would otherwise be bringing forward from our constituents, but using them to better generate the solutions we're looking for, that we might not have the capacity at this moment to add to the tasks we've also given to staff. So it's just as we sort of go through what surveys do we fund and this and that, I think it's important to look at more than just the numbers, although like the numbers are the reality. It's in those, if we're choosing those, what are things that we as councillors have the ability to go out and get the information from our residents ourselves, rather than paying for that part of it. And I think as we look at what those numbers are, that's a sort of a good framework to say, where is it a consultant and where is it a survey and where is it us?
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the directors who have presented today, and we know you'll be back with us Thursday. And to councillors, thank you for the questions and the items that have been tabled for further information later in the week. But we will resume moving through our budget, through our recommendations from Policy and Strategy Committee. And for anyone who's listening online or watching us, a reference back to our policy and strategy meeting of February 18th will lead you to a full discussion of what we covered in making the recommendations that are coming forward to us today. So the first item we'll deal with from Policy and Strategy Committee is 10.1.2, which is adoption of Policy 100 on land conservation. Who is going to guide us with that? Abid? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you all would know, the Policy and Strategy Committee, they were presented with Policy 100, Land Conservation Policy, in last Tuesday's meeting, and Council passed a motion to give 7 days notice of its intention to adopt the policy at this council meeting. And the policy establishes a clear criteria, an approach for evaluating and acquiring lands for conservation and providing conservation values, guiding principles, and defined processes for land conservation. And since the Policy and Strategy Committee staff did receive some additional feedback, one was regarding working forest not being explicitly mentioned in the policy. And the staff recognized that, and the policy does not explicitly allow or prohibit working forest or ecological forestry, and that in a way also allows council to evaluate each proposed request on a case-by-case basis, and that ensures that long-term ecological integrity is maintained without compromising the conservation values of the policy. And if proposed, any proposal for ecological forestry on a conservation lands, it can be assessed by council, and as long as it has a clear management plan that aligns with the values identified in the policy and upholding those conservation commitments. Another feedback was from a resident, although that feedback was mostly around the implementation side, like how the policy would be implemented rather than the policy itself. And it was a very thoughtful feedback, and it will be included as staff work on developing some operational details on that would support the implementation phase of the policy. Additionally, there was a feedback on grammatical error that has been incorporated. Another feedback was that it wasn't explicitly mentioned that easements could be also allowed for existing municipal properties, although it has been mentioned about the newly acquired property. So staff had made language changes to clarify that it applies to both newly acquired and existing municipal properties. So that was all the feedback. It has been included, and as for next steps, it is recommended that council adopts the policy as presented.
Could we have someone, we have a motion, would someone be prepared to put this on the floor? Councillor DeLong.
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Policy and Strategy Committee and adopt Policy 100 Land Conservation Policy as presented. And I so move.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Hubley. Is there discussion or further clarification needed on the motion? All those in favor signify by, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you very much. Would this policy have caught the West Haver property?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
No, that's good. I like that confidence. Can I have just one follow-up, if you please? The way that we work with the province on conservation, is that, I don't feel like it's fully fleshed out within the policy. Is that an operational thing that will be determined?
It will be to some extent. And the reason why it is also, in a way, because we only have so much control over what the province wants to do. It's mostly the other way around, like province tells us. But there has been like continuous engagement with the province when we were drafting the policy, and we've been continuously getting feedback on how the policy, and that is how what it looks like now. It is the shape it has taken. Their feedback has been incorporated in many ways, and as we work along in the implementation side, they will be continuously kept in loop to be able to, because we will still need a lot of their support, funding support or technical or otherwise support in really implementing this policy.
In the principles section, section 6, numbers 2 and 3, you have Mi'kmaq territory. Is that the appropriate term, or is it Mi'kmaq with the Q at the end?
Has it been misspelled?
Well, I'm not sure. I think that it's a difference between Mi'kmaq being the individual and Mi'kmaq with a Q at the end being the nation, but I would just ask that staff maybe look at that.
Sure.
And
yeah.
Thank you.
I'll be happy to confirm and get back. Yep.
Anything else anyone wants to raise? Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I had raised some questions about conservation and some easements, options for putting property under easements for ecological forestry and kind of securing that land use in perpetuity. And I guess I did want to see it reflected in this policy, because I would love for people to know that there's a range of options when you're looking at conserving land and ensuring stewardship for the long term. And I think that the work that Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust is doing is really innovative around conservation. And I hope that even though we don't have explicit language in this about it, that we can help promote what they're doing, because a lot of their easements actually contain conservation zones that would contribute to to us increasing the conservation lands. But I see it as very valuable to also conserve conserved lands where people can still work in the woods. It's so important for the culture in Lunenburg County. It's so important for our economy, and ecological forestry, the way that they're managing it, has the power to keep landscapes and ecosystems intact. So I hope that we can promote and educate people about that form of conservation as well. And I look forward to, they're doing a community meeting, community conversation in Barr's Corner in a month or two, so I'll be spreading the word on that.
I would just mention, I think I completely agree. It has a huge role to play when it comes to, in conservation land has a value, especially we have so much woodlots in our municipality. And I think we did touch upon in our policy and strategy committee meeting that the intent was to keep the policy as broad as possible. Like the only challenge is, not to say that we cannot mention it, because the only challenges are there could be so many variations of activities that could be part of easement agreements. Like forestry is one of them. The recent example is grazing that we've been dealing with LaHave and Nature Trust. Like, should we mention? Because that's why I think we kept it broad, so that council look at it case by case basis, and also to ensure that we have some kind of supervision or monitoring on that it also is enforced properly. Not to say we cannot mention it. There's only challenge would be like, how many activities do we include, or just we keep it as broad for simplicity's sake? Yeah.
Yeah, there are a number of organizations that work on preserving and conserving the land, so it's difficult, I think, in a policy to cite one, but I think the message is there about what are options for people, including ourselves. So are there further discussion or questions? All those in favor signify by raising their hand. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. Move on to policy 10.1.3, which is policy 058 on fees, the annual review and readoption.
Thank you, Mayor McLean-Weil. So during policy and strategy, we had a discussion about our fee policy review, where staff were recommending not to make any changes to fees. The question arose about the RCMP criminal records check that is charged to people who need a criminal records check and who are not a student or a volunteer, which is $25. So two questions were, about why it wasn't in the policy and how much we budget for it. So why it's not in the policy is actually it's because it's part of a municipal bylaw. And when we developed this policy, we determined that there were bylaws that couldn't be changed unless we brought it in for a bylaw amendment. So this particular one isn't there because it hasn't been updated yet. So in November of 2008, this $25 fee was set in bylaw number 17, which is the fees charged for police clearance certificate applications. So if that fee, if council wanted to change that fee, it would require, a proper drafting of the bylaw amendment and notice and those kinds of things. So that's one part of it. The other part is that these fees actually raise about between $14,000 and $18,000 a year to the municipal operating budget. So that's kind of the answers to those two questions.
Okay. Would someone put this on the floor for us to vote on, please?
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley.
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Policy and Strategy Committee and make no adjustments to the service fees in MODL Policy 058 fees, and I so move.
Do you have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Moore. Councillor, or Deputy Mayor Vino.
Thank you. Just in follow-up to what Elena said about it being a policy. So if we were looking at those specific fees, should we wait until it comes back before council for discussion on the policy?
Through to the chair, Deputy Mayor Vino. Because this is in a bylaw, we would have to have a bylaw amendment done. Like this particular bylaw was done with the RCMP, so it means you'd have to direct staff to open that bylaw, do your proper notice, and make changes to it.
And that could be by way of added items under councillor matters, if a councillor wanted to bring that forward. Okay, thank you.
Any discussion, further discussion? All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. We'll move to 10.1.4, which is pickleball courts, a proposed lease agreement. Director of Parks and Recreation, Ms. Payne.
Yes, I won't rehash too much, but we're looking at the motion that was put forth by the Policy and Strategy last week was for council to consider entering into a lease agreement as opposed to a management agreement with the South Shore Pickleball Club over a set of time to be determined on with the negotiations around that lease, and that council would look at paying the upfront cost for the pickleball courts with the arrangement of the amount of funds that the South Shore Pickleball Club to be paid back to be placed in the terms of that lease. As council is aware, since 2021, the issue of pickleball courts and the development of pickleball courts in the municipality of the District of Lunenburg has been discussed and was evident in a number of capital budgets that was for the municipality with the intent of the municipality building the pickleball courts, initially first here in Osprey Village and then at the former, near the center soccer fields and by the center soccer school. It's been a long day. However, when the tender went out, the prices, the $800,000 that we had budgeted, tender prices came in at 1.2 and I think 1.4 or 7, but anyway, substantially over the amount. And so after discussion with the South Shore Pickleball Club, it was determined that perhaps a better course of action would be for them to lead the project, and hence led to the discussion around funding and developing pickleball courts in partnership with the South Shore Pickleball Club.
Okay, we'll start with, there's two motions here, so if we could have someone move the first motion to have a discussion on it, put it on the floor. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that Municipal Council accept the recommendation of the Policy and Strategy Committee and rescind the motion, Resolution number 2025-017, made on January 28, 2025, which states that council accept the recommendation of the Policy and Strategy Committee and direct staff to draft a 5-year management agreement with the South Shore Pickleball Club for establishing 6 outdoor pickleball courts on PID 604-13234, part of the Municipal Activity Recreation Complex, and further that the agreement be brought back to council for final approval. And I so move.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Vino. Discussion. Councillor Brooks.
Have we ever received from the Pickleball Association a list of their registered members?
I have not. I can certainly find that out. I do believe they may have made that in the presentation of how many members they had, but I can find that out and bring that back.
Can I make a motion to amend? Is now the right time to do that? Okay, then I guess it's on the next one. Apologies. Thank you.
Other questions or discussion? All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, motion is carried. Opposing the motion is Councillor Brooks. Do we have someone to propose the second motion? Councillor Bell.
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that Municipal Council accept the recommendation of the Policy and Strategy Committee and authorize staff to draft a lease agreement with the South Shore Pickleball Court for the purposes of establishing 6 outdoor pickleball courts on PID number 604-13234, part of the Municipal Activity Recreation Complex, and that the agreement be brought back to council for final approval. And furthermore, that the agreement states that the municipality will provide the funding upfront, outlining the expectations of the amount to be paid back to the municipality over the agreed lease period. And I so move.
Do we have a seconder? Yes. Seconded by Councillor Hubley. The floor is open. Councillor Brooks, did you?
I'd like to make a motion to amend that we ask the Pickleball Association to send us their list of registered members so we can say that as councillors we did our own fiduciary duty and that it's not just the 6 individuals who are here doing the presentation. That would certainly give me a lot more comfortable sense knowing that we're dealing with hundreds or thousands of people as opposed to potentially 6.
Could we do it as a second motion to this? It would just keep the 2 items separate, and
It's not part of it.
this isn't really part of the direction around the lease agreement. It's your wish, Councillor Brooks.
Yeah, I would like to put it to the floor.
Okay.
I don't want to vote on it until we understand who we're actually dealing with. I'm not sure that we still know, so that
Okay.
would be my preference.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So the amendment that we will consider is that we receive a list of the members, quantify the number of members that are involved in the Pickleball Association. Am I correct, Councillor Brooks? Okay. Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Deputy Mayor Vino. Is there discussion on the amendment? Councillor Oikel.
Wasn't there a time frame for them to receive, that they needed to have confirmation that we were going to support them with the financial part of this so that they could do something else? Wasn't there a time limit on that?
Yeah, they have applied for funding and in the negotiations with the contractor.
So they would need our answer before the end of this month in order to get the price that we were. And if we put this off, then that will not happen, correct?
It's my understanding.
Councillor Hubley, and then Councillor Reinhardt.
For clarification, does this amendment mean that we're going to not vote on the motion that's on the floor?
Yeah. You're going to amend it. To change it.
So
This is,
if we amend it, what's my question? If we amend the motion that's put on the floor, does it stop the agreement until we get that list? No, we are going to go forward with the agreement and getting the list, correct?
right, it all will come back to council.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Reinhardt and then Councillor Bell.
Yeah, I was just wondering if someone mentioned that that number might have been in their presentation. Maybe we could just look that up quickly.
It really is. I'm sure I'll be speaking to somebody today or two. I can probably get the number easily enough. I can probably even get the registered list, but I would be hesitant to give that in a public forum because that's personal information, but I can certainly give the numbers.
Councillor Bell, then Deputy Mayor Vino, and then Councillor Smith. We're on the on the amendment, not the motion, on the amendment.
I am not opposed to asking that question, but I'm not sure that it belongs in this motion. Now, the reason I say that is because when it came to us supplying a list of individual members or family memberships of LCLC, which we own, we would not do it. When we requested the golf club to supply a list of their members, under the Privacy Act, it says none of our business. They conduct a business, a certain number of people. So I think that if we are going to all of a sudden ask this question, I am sure that they have the numbers, based on last year's people who participated. They may or may not want to share that with us, but if it means comforting individuals for their vote, approving money, I can understand that that's a reasonable request. But lumping that in as an amendment to this motion, I see it as two separate issues. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Vino, and then Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that by voting for the amended motion, which I don't think is a bad idea, I do not know how many members the South Shore Pickleball Club has. Do they have 10 or do they have 200? I'm not sure. The other motion still has to come back to council for final approval. We are taking the steps so that they can secure the funds, but it still needs final approval, and at that time, we would have the list with the number of those registered. Okay, just looking for clarification. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
I don't support the amendment. I agree with the statement that it's something separate, and the idea that we don't know who we're dealing with, like, this is a community organization. I trust our Director of Recreation to know that we're dealing with a legitimate group. We've had not countless, but we've had several presentations from this group. We know that they've outgrown the facilities that they're using. I just, like, some level of good faith is appropriate when we're dealing with community, and yeah, I don't support that, and I do believe that information must be in a presentation that we've received.
Councillor Oikel.
Yes, I also will not be supporting the amendment, and I think that it would be more of just direction to staff to find out the information and then just report it to us.
We have a motion on the floor. I think, is there anyone else that wants to speak on the amendment? I'm going to ask for the vote. All those in favor of the amendment, which is to request a number that are members of the pickleball club. All those in favor signify by raising their right hand. 2. Motion is defeated. We'll go back to the main motion. And could we have somebody put that on the floor? Me and Brooks. Okay. So it's been moved by Councillor Hubley and seconded by Councillor Bell. Okay. Moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Hubley. Is there discussion on the main motion now? Councillor Burns.
I'm just going to read it into the record here. I really have to come down to the wire on this, on how I'm going to vote. I really, increasingly, am seeing like a split answer from my residents on whether they want to see this. The real issue for residents who don't want to see it has nothing to do with pickleball. In fact, it's more just about spending in general, and that this is seen as a large sticker shock. And I think the fact that it's sort of been in our atmosphere for quite some time has not helped the feelings on that price tag and what's going on there. But I have had a number of residents recently reach out and say, we really want this, and we want it for younger families. So the point of my comments here are just to read it into the record so that it's not just my Facebook. If anyone goes back and sees it, they can see where my mind is on this. But it's tough for me. So that was it.
Other comments? Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I'll also say that I went back and forth on this because I did receive some negative comments about it during the election. But over time, I've come to understand what the history of this project is. And I hope that anyone who has questions about this would look a bit more deeply into the commitment that we made and how things changed over time. And I really do think that, you know, when you commit to building a project like this, you should see it through. And I know that we said it last week, but I do want to commend staff for seeing it through all the different phases, because I think it's been quite tough, and I will be supporting it.
Is there further comment? This isn't the last time we're going to see it. The lease, the agreement comes back, folks, so, yeah. No, this does not commit us. This commits us to work. Councillor Oikle.
Well, it falls under our quality of life priority, and the pickleball court will enhance our recreational complex, because that's where it's going to be going. It's a recreational area. So I think that it's finally a wonderful thing that we're finally moving forward on this.
Councillor Burns, did you have another comment?
Question actually this time.
Okay.
I should have asked
Okay.
last time.
Okay.
And through you to Trudy, and I certainly don't need an answer today. In fact, this could be happily answered when everything comes back. My question is more just about whether there's any need for engagement with any of the neighbors, and that really comes from ignorance from my part on pickleball. I simply had a few folks point out the CBC article recently about noise in Halifax, and I know that circumstance is likely different because there were large residential complexes around it. But just before we give our final approval when this comes back with the lease agreement, is there a need for us to ask any of the neighboring properties if there's going to be noise concerns or anything? I just genuinely don't know.
I've had some engagement with the pickleball club around this, and what Halifax has done is actually introduced a bylaw around you can't build pickleball courts within so much of a distance. And I know that the distance that Halifax has put in their bylaw, we would well exceed that distance by any nearby neighbor. And so I was actually going to bring that as a concept for council to consider, is maybe looking at putting some language in our land use planning bylaw or around making sure if we build this structure, it's within a certain distance.
Councillor Moore.
This isn't the right place, but I did Google social pickleball, and it looks like it's 39 members, but I think that was 2024, so.
Are there any other questions? All those in favor, raise their hands. Those opposed? Motion is carried. Councillor Brooks is opposed. Staff, we're moving to staff reports and proposed development agreement for lot FE1 on McCullough Road.
Good afternoon, Honorable Council and Mayor. Staff received a development application for a land lease community with up to 23 modular homes on McCullough Road in Cookville. The site is currently unzoned, but following Council's first reading on January 28th, it qualifies as a cluster development under municipal regulations. Municipal staff reviewed the application and confirmed that since it exceeds the 6 units, it must comply with MODL's cluster development regulations listed under section 5.1 and 5.2 of the MPS, and the development agreement process detailed in section 6. Part of a development agreement approval requirement is to ensure that it meets land use and infrastructure requirements, such as wastewater management, sewer, water, and emergency ingress and egress, so access to the site, and also environmental considerations. In order to support informed decision-making, and it's also listed under a development agreement, staff recommends that Council will refer us to conduct an information session and also take this to the Planning Advisory Committee. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
If we could have somebody put the motion on the floor, and then we can have discussion as it relates to this proposal. Someone put on Deputy Mayor Vino.
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council refer the development application for a proposed cluster development on Lot FE-1, McCullough Road, Cokeville, PID 60709-383 to the Planning Advisory Committee for review and recommendation to council, and I so move.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Brooks. Discussion, please. Questions? Councillor Brooks.
Just out of curiosity, do you have a slide for that property, or can you indicate where on Mullock Road that property is? And apologies if there was one and I didn't see it.
Don't have a slide, but I can Google map it right now and show it to you. If
Just in
there
the
is a need.
future would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
Don't do it now. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I can also, share it in an email if there's a need.
Okay. That would be, is that good? Okay. Other questions? All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. There's a second motion with this. If we could have that proposed as well. Councillor Smith.
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council direct staff to hold a public information session prior to the Planning Advisory Committee meeting in accordance with Section 9 of Modal Policy 066, Public Engagement Policy, and Section 204 of the Municipal Government Act.
Do we have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Bell. Is there discussion on the motion? Councillor Bell and then Councillor Oikel.
Thank you. This recommendation is completely in line with our public openness and wanting the public to understand when we have a new project. So I fail to see how anyone would vote against it.
Councillor Oikel.
I just want to make sure that this is over by Bucks. Is that what I heard? And Tim Hortons over there, that area, right? Okay,
It is a service lot. It's supposed to be, it's in the service area.
right. Okay, thank you.
Further question or discussion? All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. We will move to proposed one-time tax, property tax rebate. Who's taking the lead on this?
I am, okay. Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So at the February 4th, Finance Committee staff were asked to determine if a one-time rebate for residential properties could be granted based on the collection of deed transfer tax that exceeded the annual budget. It was clarified that this would only apply to residential assessed properties that had a dwelling unit. Staff have confirmed that the software that we use could apply a predetermined credit amount to a specific properties based on this criteria. We received a list from PVSC of all residential properties that had dwelling units. This list was a little confusing to us. There was 14,698 properties on the list. There were 183 properties on the list assessed with 0 dwelling units, 555 properties with multiple dwelling units, and 13,960 assessed properties as single dwellings. We've determined that in 24-25 there was a $412,249 collected in deed transfer tax over the budgeted amount, and to date in 24-25, I guess. 25, yeah, my mouth, these dates are wrong, I'm so sorry. 23-24 and 24-25. There was $677,653 collected over the budgeted amount. So based on that information, we developed a table of options for consideration. 2 amounts that were used for deed transfer tax based on collections over the past 2 fiscal years. So we used $500,000 and $1 million. And based on those 2 amounts, we looked at 3 different options from the report we got from PVSC. So it could be the total dwelling units, which includes properties with multiple units, would receive a rebate based on the dwelling unit count. So there's 14,515 units. Based on a $500,000 credit for the rebate would be $34 per property, or per unit, excuse me. And based on $1 million would be $69. The total based on 1 rebate per property that was on the list we were given, $13,966, which would result in rebates of $36 or with the $500,000 credit, or $72 on the $1 million credit, or the total based on single dwelling units only, which were 13,960, would not really change those two numbers, 36 and 72. So our budget reserve projections would be affected by these options, just because in the 5-year strategy, those funds would no longer be available for future project work. So we presented these options based on direction from the Finance Committee for Council's consideration.
Okay, Councillor Burns, do you want to put the motion on the floor?
Certainly.
There are several options here, but may I suggest that you pick one and you pick the middle one? I'm a benevolent dictator.
It is always easy when I agree, so thank you. To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that Municipal Council direct staff to develop a residential property tax credit for consideration in the 2025-2026 budget based on 1 credit per residential property.
That wasn't the middle one. 1 credit per property with a dwelling unit.
With a dwelling unit. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Oikel. Is there discussion on the motion?
Yep.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Now, we have heard already that we're about $200,000 short in the budget that we were looking at this morning. And we are doing reserve transfers to balance the budget that we already have. About $200,000 in the administrative area, about $82,000 in recreation, about $600,000 in planning, and just add another $2 million for economic development. So you must know that you're doing some major projects like Exit 12 wastewater treatment plant. Knowing the costs and knowing that we might have 25% tariffs next week, I wonder if that would drive that project up about at least 25%. And here, some are considering a decision that might make some individuals comfortable for a one-time deal. I prefer to make a business decision to give away $500,000 or $1 million is kind of hard to do when I know the shortage that we currently already have trying to balance this budget. So it looks like we collected about $412,000 on deed transfer taxes last year. So I would question why we even collected them if we're going to turn around and give it away. Certainly if I was an individual that transferred the property last year, this would really come to my attention when I think that the beneficiaries will end up getting $34 approximately, so less than $1 a week for reimbursement for this action. Or if we go with $1 million, less than what it would cost me to fill up 1 tank of gas for the year. So when I look at where this money can be spent in the municipality by existing projects, it's kind of hard for me to support this. I mean, I don't want to give up the $147,000 for fixed route public transit that could benefit a lot of people. I don't want to give up the $100,000 to service the hemlock trees in our parks, because everyone can use the parks. And we've heard that we do want an extra 10 grand in pro kids because it benefits a lot of people. The benefit that we get by not doing this stuff is very, very small. And so if they don't get it, I don't really think too many people will miss the $34. So I will have to vote against it, knowing that I have to make a business decision. Thank you.
Councillor DeLong and then Councillor Burns.
Is this money, the either 500,000 or 1 million, reflected in the budget one way or the other currently?
Through the chair, it's reflected in your 5-year financial strategy, so it's part of the reserves, overall reserves that you have in your operating fund that are available for future work.
Thank you. And I have the right one in front of me here. I won't pick the wrong one this time. So I have my speech here, and so thank you for everyone for letting me drag you into the wonderful world of taxation. I'm sure it's what we all wanted to be doing this afternoon. And so what I'm about to say here, I'm going to just start off with sort of two analogies that is going to give you a roadmap for where I'm going here. The first one is a leader without followers is just a person going for a walk. Really what that means is you have to meet the people where they are in order to lead them. The second thing I'm going to say here is a frog placed in water that's brought to a boil doesn't know when to get out in the same way a frog that's placed into water that is boiling. And so how does this really interact? During this campaign, I would argue that all of us have heard people very strongly, they're concerned about overall spending in the municipality. And really what I heard through that wasn't, I dislike a specific dollar amount of spending. It was that they either weren't seeing or did not understand the value of spending that was happening. They did not see how it was benefiting them, or they were concerned about the trend that it was increasing over time. Now, combine that with the rising cost of living that people are facing, and that they're seeing these tax assessments year over year over year raise. We've kept our rates the same, but to the ratepayer, to the resident, they don't care. Whenever I said to someone, well, we've kept the rate what it is for the last X number of years, really what they've said is yes, but the other side of the equation goes up, so you're multiplying a larger number every time. You need to view that as every year you're asking me for a bit more. And the cumulative effect of that is like the frog in water. Over time, the water comes to a boil, and eventually they begin to notice that. And if you don't think that it adds up year after year after year, you should ask any of the residents who've recently moved here what the effect of that is when the cap that's held part of that back is taken off. And I would say that actually disproportionately impacts younger residents as well in this. So when it comes to this, I guess what I'm saying is, and I guess I also regret that I've called it a refund of deed transfer tax. When I did that, I was really trying to differentiate between what is a surplus that exists in the budget because it was just a small amount of numbers were off on what we guessed, and what is there because we just had one source of revenue that really took off. And you know, when we look at the surplus that we're going to see, about half of it's just a paper surplus, right? It's what was booked as money coming in for an expense we're going to take out next year, right? It doesn't really exist. The remainder of that is the deed transfer. So really what I'm trying to say here is folks are feeling frustrated about spending. We need to meet them where they are. Part of those decisions are going to be in budget as we move through this to say what is our ongoing expenses and what are we looking for in the future, how are we prioritizing things, and are we just adding on or are we making replacements and are we making those good decisions? But today is really about saying here's step one, here's one thing we can do, and in the last little bit the cost of everything has gone up, but we have also as a municipality benefited greatly with a huge amount of increased revenue over the last couple of years that we hadn't even budgeted for, that just is there in the reserves. So the answer is yes, we could hold this and we can say, yes, you're feeling the pinch, and our solution is we're going to tell you what programs are going to make your life more affordable. And a lot of those are, but we're also not meeting them where they are because we're not going to them and we're saying, here's our solution for you and here's how we're going to spend more to make you feel better, when people are coming to us and saying, we are concerned about spending in the first place, and we're concerned about the effects of increasing assessments and what that's doing to our overall payable amount. So really the intention here today is to recognize that, to start to take a first action to give some of that back. And then to then, in hope and in spirit, as we look at our budget, make decisions that people are comfortable with the spending levels, and that we're making decisions that recognize that people are just increasingly not at this time willing or really excited about paying even the $30 a year more year after year after year.
Okay, other question, Councillor Burns, or Councillor Brooks?
I agree with Councillor Burns that it would be nice to give our constituents a return because they are so strapped. Unfortunately, with our expanded priorities that we've determined are going to be our priorities, those are going to come with more costs and staff costs. And I think we unfortunately have to say to our constituents, I'm sorry, but we've made some choices about other things that are going to cost money, so we won't be giving you any rebate. And I think that's unfortunate.
Councillor Oikel.
So when this had come to us previous, it was Councillor Burns brought it because there was going to be more deed transfer tax money coming in past the date that was presented by Elena, right? That's what I understood. There was more to come, and you had estimated that there was going to be more possible.
It's through to the chair, it was because we collected more deed transfer tax than we budgeted for.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And that we were just going to be using that money to give back. And it wasn't $1 million. It was less than the 500, wasn't it?
Yes, through the chair was, last year we collected 412,249 over our budget. And this year to date, so as of December 31st, we had collected 677,000 over our budget. So when I looked at this rebate and we had to figure out how much you wanted to use of your over budgeted deed transfer tax. And so I did 500,000, $34 to $36. Well, what if I took last year and this year and made it a more substantial amount for a rebate? It was just, I think that was on me to try to make a decision on whether or not you had appetite to do it one or two ways.
Supplemental, if I may. Thank you. So, is the present budget that you've presented does not include that extra money that we're going to possibly get? The 400 and some. It doesn't include that. Or does it include that?
The operating budget we presented today does not include additional funds. We budgeted 1.8 million, just like we budgeted in prior years. However, it would impact your 5 years because it would fall to your surplus, and the surplus goes into your reserves.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Burns and then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, this will be my last comment, and I truly mean this, that I am regretful in that I called it the deed transfer tax rebate or associated it with that. My true intention was to say, listen, we've had surpluses over the last 2 years. We've collected more from residents than what we told them we needed to collect from them. And we've done that because the same economic indicators that make it more difficult for them have also benefited us as an organization because we have collected more because people are buying and selling more property. So conceptually, I wish that I had wordsmithed this better to say, you know, a rebate given the surpluses we've had. Really what we're deciding here today is, does that money stay in reserve over the next 5 years to make future spending decisions, or do we give it back now in some form? And I would say that based on my layman's understanding of the numbers today, we're essentially telling most people who were capped that the increase in their property, the average increase, if it's $29 a year, we're giving them slightly more back than what they would have paid in additional property taxes last year, meaning on average, and there's no fair way to do this. I can't do that dance. There's no fair way to deal with taxes. If there is, someone tell me. I'll make a lot of money selling it to people. But in general, like, we're essentially giving back the average tax increase and saying for last year, the average capped home has no tax increase because we collected more in the previous 2 years than what we needed. That's how I would hope we conceptualize this, unless I'm grossly incorrect.
Councillor Smith and then Councillor Moore.
Yeah, I think that if we hadn't already set a tax rebate, property tax rebate, and strengthened it, with the help of, well, the finance department did this, but presented a very strong property tax rebate, which goes to a wider range of incomes than it had before. I think we can be really proud of that property tax rebate. It's around 750,000, I believe, that we're giving back. And that's, you know, geared to go to the people who need it the most. And I, you know, I understand what's being said about taxes, and I did hear that myself, but I really question whether $34 is more than a token. And perhaps that's what being said is that people are looking for some kind of token. But when you're looking at 500,000 and thinking of the public services that you could create or offer with that money, I can't support it, because, you know, seeing the budget and the decisions that we're going to have to make, and, you know, we've already been talking about maybe not having an affordable housing strategy, but we're going to give people back $34, and then we're going to be out 500,000. I just can't, because two, this money is going to people who own houses, and it's not going to the residents who probably struggle the most with the changes in property values. And I think of my kids who can't afford to move out, to even rent, let alone buy a home. And I want to be thinking about what can we do with a chunk of money like this to make our communities more inclusive, for people who are being pushed out by the housing crisis. So I really appreciate the thought that went into this, but I'd rather see that 500,000 go towards some of the other projects we have in mind.
Councillor Moore, and then we're going to vote. Oh, and Councillor Hubley. Yeah, then we're going to vote.
Well, I see where Councillor Burns is coming from, and I remember the backlash when this was brought up, something like this was brought up at the last budget meeting before this, and the backlash that came about that. $34 isn't a lot of money. If this was to go through, would this be coming off a unit's tax bill, or would this $34 be sent out to them in a check?
Through to the chair, it would be applied to the tax bill. So
Okay.
we would not be cutting 14,000
Good,
separate checks.
because when I think of the postage to cut that many checks for $34, it's like, okay, no. All right, that's all I got to say right now, but yeah, okay.
Councillor Hubley.
I'm in favor of the $34. It's 500,000. You think it's not a lot. There are people that own homes that are having a hard time putting food on their table and gas in their gas tank. And $34 is not a lot, and I'm sure we're going to get some barking about it only being $34, but it is something. We over-collected. We didn't over-collect. We collected funds that we don't need. Like, maybe in the future, in the 5-year budget, we will need them. But this is only $34. And there are some people that I personally know that $34 can make a difference. It's not a lot, but it's something.
Councillor Vino, and then we are going to vote.
Just clarification, we keep referencing $34, but if this motion goes through, the second motion, if we decide it's 1 million versus 500,000, that could potentially almost be double, correct? 34 is the minimum, but if we approve the million, it would go up to 69 or 72.
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor, actually, because you chose the middle one credit per property with a dwelling unit, that would be $36 from your table. So I'd like to clarify that just for the record, if people are listening, it would be 36.
Based on 500,000.
Based on 500,000, that's correct, or 72 based on 1 million.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The motion's on the floor. It is a credit per property with a dwelling unit. All those in favor, raise their hands. Those opposed? Motion is defeated. Yep, okay. The negatives keep their hands up. Councillor Reinhardt, Councillor Bell, Mayor McLean-Weil, Councillor Smith, Councillor DeLong, Councillor Brooks. Yep. Yep. Motion is defeated. Okay, we will move to reports. LC. Is there a report to table? Deputy Mayor Vino.
Yes, just 1 second for me to pull it up here. Okay. So the last meeting of the LCLC was last week, and the following is some highlights and insights of that meeting. Weekly, the LCLC is seeing around 10,000 people come through their doors. I thought that was a good fact that most of us probably didn't know. Fancy Pants has signed on for a 3-year contract for operation in the food services. Board members are exploring hosting a strategic planning session later this year. User feedback surveys were launched last week and have generated a strong response with 262 submissions within the first 24 hours. The total number of responses is now nearing 450, and this will provide valuable insights for ongoing improvements. Some of the capital projects, the roof investigation, repairs are still ongoing. They were on site in November for initial repair work, and during their assessment, they identified additional deficiencies. The contractor will be returning this month to address and complete further repairs and ensure underlying issues are resolved. With regards to the Galleria tile replacement, CBCL was on site last week to begin their investigation, and there's ongoing investigation as well with the aquatic tile repairs. Staff are finalizing ordering chairs and gallery furnishings for the Galleria. If anybody goes over there during the day, it's hard to find a spot if you'd like to work because it's so busy. It's become quite the hub over there. Accessibility enhancements, there was a grant extension on this, while staff currently are working on updates. With regards to aquatics infrastructure, repairs to the lap pool hydronic solar heating system have been delayed by contractor due to weather. Some other things worth noting in aquatics, they're currently in their winter 2025 season for swimming lessons with over 329 students enrolled. Patrons have responded positively to the addition of a 4th lane for recreational swims. A new pool schedule was recently implemented and receiving mixed feedback, but is being continually monitored. Users have responded positively to the improved cleanliness of the dressing rooms. To maintain and enhance these standards, staff are continuously refining cleaning schedules, protocols, and methods. Over to the arena, as a result of some recent safety concerns during some of the Lumberjacks junior hockey games, staff are continuing to work closely with the leagues to address some security and safety concerns. Implementations such as restricting access to the Galleria, stairwells, and dressing rooms to prevent further incidents from happening. Some upcoming events, the Gary Wenzel March Break Tournament, South Shore Expo, a national para-hockey tournament is coming up in May. The circus is coming back this summer. South Shore Regional Center for Education has several events planned, job fairs, 55-plus games, and so on. The current event strategy prioritizes renting out various areas of the facility, such as the arena and galleria, rather than organizing in-house events, which reduces feasibility concerns. This approach secures consistent revenue by leveraging established business models, such as the Expo, Circus, Mom Market, which provide guaranteed rental income without the uncertainty of ticket sales or substantial promotion expenses. And thus ends my report.
Would you like to continue with, Councillor Moore?
Do you have a date for the circus? Please don't say July 1st.
Yeah, June 16th, they're planning on 2 shows, and as soon as I get confirmation on when ticket sales will be, I'll be sure to update, because I know that's a very popular one with our residents, and luckily they're bringing back 2 shows to accommodate.
Councillor Oikle.
The Galleria, is that the main floor? Is that what? So if it were to be rented out, does that mean the LCLC would be closed because it's rented out to somebody else?
I'll just speak to the most recent run, the Mom Market. They line tables up in the Galleria, so it's kind of like a flow through. It doesn't affect the pool because you enter the pool before that. Doesn't affect the hockey rink. The only one it would affect is the library, but I think it also encourages users to stop and check out what items are there, so it's almost beneficial to both parties.
Not a private event that the place is closed. Okay, thanks.
I'll look to Chair, who's been on the committee longer than I have, but I don't think that's ever.
The Mall Market is not a private event.
Other questions? Deputy Mayor Vino, would you like to put your report forward?
I will. It's just a quick one this week. Attended agenda briefings, check signings. There's been a lot of REMO meetings lately. This past weekend, Blue Nose Academy held their Mardi Gras Fair, which is a huge fundraiser for the school, but it's open to all community members. I've attended all meetings as assigned and have a full week ahead of meetings, much like many around the table, double booked in a lot of cases. And so it's one of those weeks where you can't be in 2 places at once. So we'll try my best to get to where I need to be.
Thank you. Today, and to my report, today we started our budget deliberations, and I encourage all of us to carefully consider the presentations and the documents that were presented today. We'll have several opportunities to discuss the budget in the days ahead, but it will be most helpful if you table your ideas and spending priorities on Thursday as a starting point. And I know some of it was tabled today, but there's a good opportunity on Thursday. We will continue to get input from the public, and this will be considered as we move through the budget process. We will take time as needed, and we will be diligent in working through the days we have allotted for budgeting. We may need, if there's need for further discussion than what is planned, we will make the adjustments so that no one feels that they haven't had the proper time to consider what we're doing. Just a little warning, some of these decisions are going to be difficult because we have choices to make, and I think we already saw how that is showing up on the table through our discussions earlier today. I did meet with the representatives of the Lunenburg Marine Museum Society, which is the organization operating Blue Nose 2 and the Fisheries Museum of the Atlantic. Angela Saunders is the general manager of the Fisheries Museum. Maggie Osler is the director of operations for Blue Nose 2, and Graham Gerhardt is the president of the volunteer group responsible for the operation. Both the Fisheries Museum and Blue Nose 2 are owned by the province, but managed by the society. Graham Gerhardt, as I said, is the president and is a resident of Bayport. Many of the board members are residents of MODL, and they encouraged us to promote involvement on their board, as they're always looking for board members, as many groups are. I think we all recognize the benefit of having both the museum and the Blue Nose housed in our area. Both serve as important anchor assets to the tourism sector. They encouraged us to use their meeting facilities and consider how we can work more closely together in planning activities that might be of interest to those visiting the area or those who are resident of the area. They are going to host an event in early May and invite all the councillors from the area, not only our district, as a way of educating the councils of the resources that are available within the museum and the potential growth that they see through tourism and event marketing of the area. I met with Dylan Hall of the Rooted Not-for-Profit Society regarding the work they are doing as a non-profit housing society and the opportunity for working with them on affordable housing. I met with David Walker, former mayor of Bridgewater, to discuss the Nova Scotia Association of Police Governance. David outlined their work and encouraged MODL to become more involved in the association. And I've followed up with Councillor Bell, who has attended some of their meetings to determine the value we receive for our involvement. I attended several public events, including the Lunenburg Farmers Market and the Riverport and District Firemen's Breakfast. Both, as you know, are great opportunities to have informal discussions with firefighters, volunteers, vendors, and patrons. And on Sunday, I had the privilege with Councillor Moore to present Hiram Carver of New Germany with a certificate of best wishes for his 95th birthday. Hiram was elected warden of the district of Lunenburg in 1955. He told me that their big issue was the change from having a tax collector go door to door collecting property tax to having the property tax statements mailed to residents. I laughed. They kept the tax collector for one more year after the change. He laughed and said all he did was write the receipts. I was quick to tell him that we continue to be mandated to send the statements by mail, yet we are working on having access to an online portal for residents to view and pay their tax statements online. It was delightful to have a visit with he and Ruth, who have both contributed much to the district and to the law of Nova Scotia as he served as a justice in the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia. And that concludes my report, and I don't see anything else on our agenda other than we are to go in camera, and we have a number of items there. So I could take a motion to move in camera. Moved by moved by Councillor DeLong. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hubley. All those in favor? Motion is carried. We will move in camera. Yeah. Yep.